All right, awesome. Looks like we're live on Twitch here. So 5:30, I'm gonna go ahead and get to streaming. So welcome to the channel. For anyone here jumping in, whether this is live right now at the time of viewing, or if anyone's viewing this back after the fact in recorded videos, glad to have you here. So just before beginning some gameplay this evening, with this inauguration of the channel here, wanted to open with a quick discussion for anyone who may go back and look at this. For people jumping into the video, you may have seen when you entered that there is a mature content setting which is activated. To address that, the mature content is just for possibility of swearing occurring, not that any swearing will be person directed or malicious in any way, and I will not be endorsing graphic content on this stream either. So just to clear that up, I want to allow viewers to have their discrepancy regarding whether they want to see or hear this swearing or not. Not that it will be happening egregiously or often, but there is a chance. So with that having been cleared up, we'll be streaming some Minecraft this evening. So recently, just this week, I got into watching some Thank you. We got Young Surge with Looking Out, so I muted the wrong audio. Do you know where I left off? I'll imagine you're typing, but I'll jump back. So, yeah, awesome. I muted the wrong audio stream, so let's give that a go too. So I went ahead and paused the audio on Minecraft so that, yep. So we're gonna be streaming some Minecraft here. That's the goal for tonight, and the reason why Minecraft is recently I got into a streamer by the name of Dream. I think we're all probably familiar with Minecraft, especially if you've stumbled upon this video. But what Dream did that really intrigued me was manhunt videos. So unlike just common survival or speed running, which I've been interested in for some time, uh, he essentially was speed running with people trying to prevent him from achieving the goal. I thought it was really interesting, and so this week I kind of rediscovered a passion for Minecraft, which I haven't played in some number of years now. So y'all may see some rusty play, but it'll be fun anyway. Yeah, so rediscovering that passion through Dream, and just wanting to stream because I myself follow streamers. Oh, Kayshawn, we have you in the chat. Thanks for the follow, man. All right, so watching streamers, as you know, is pretty normal these days. There's a number of streamers that I enjoy. Thank you, Foxy Rod. I appreciate the compliment. And Young Surge with the follow. Thank you. So there's a number of followers that I like. Small Ant being a great one, and his Mario content. And we've got other people like DGR. Some people may be familiar with. He does a lot of Mario Maker. Carl Sagan, who not only manages some Mario content, but also his interaction with his community sometimes revolves around discussing of things like scientific concepts. So discussion branches out beyond just gameplay, and I expect that this channel is going to have similar things. Um, Not to get into a big about me here at the beginning, but I'm a scientist by trade, um, and I'll be happy to discuss that more with people. But that's the personality that I'm bringing into it. So I expect I'll be having conversations with chat and beside. Yep, Carl Sagan, that's a good one. And Killer Bagel on here. It's been a while. Glad to have you on here. So that being said, these are all good streamers. Those are motivations I'm going to be bringing in. Like I said, y'all are going to see some rusty play here today. First, because I'm new to play on PC for Minecraft. I used to play on PlayStation back in the day with my family, but we're gonna have a fun time anyway. So just want to reiterate, thank you to everyone who's in here. Yeah, my friend Kayshawn saying Divinity or Die. That's about Divinity Original Sin, a good game which we play on PlayStation together. Um, Kayshawn's a little bummed. I overrode our customary Divinity Original Sin time tonight to get into streaming as a new goal. I hope he'll forgive me. We will find time to get around to it. We're near completing the story campaign, which we've been going at for a while now through quarantine, and I think we've been having a good time with it. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. Yeah, the betrayal. Kayshawn and I had a discussion about it earlier, and I hope someday he'll find it in him to forgive me bailing on the multiplayer sesh. All right. So all that being addressed, thanks everyone for joining or anyone who jumps in through the stream. I'm going to get into playing. I'll keep trying to monitor the chat and talk with people while we go, and hopefully we're going to have some fun here. Yeah, sorry, Kayshawn. All right. So let me get the sound back on for Minecraft. We're going to start this up. This evening, I'm going to be looking at doing some first play in a world. I actually went ahead and already loaded it up ahead of this, but the world is still fresh, which is to say I did a random seed. This isn't a planned seed or anything, so perhaps a world that people are not familiar with and haven't played. So I'm looking forward to exploring it and kind of monologuing along here as we go and explore it and learn some things. Should be a good time. All right, change my windows out here. All right, and music should be coming back in soon. Cool. If there's any feedback from the chat, this is my first time streaming, so if levels need adjusted, if there's anything that seems like it could improve the viewer experience, let me know. I'm going to be happy to make changes and adjust as necessary. All right, we're going to load up. All right. Well, let's wait on all the blocks here to load in. All right, so one of the things I know by having watched, doesn't know Minecraft. Oh, good, yeah. Well, you know, if Justin ends up learning a bunch through watching me, then maybe sometime we'll get on and do some multiplayer. I'm looking at doing some solo run here in the beginning, just because on one hand, I need to de-rust after all the years, and with some of the updates that will have occurred since I was the last on, um, there's a lot that I need to get up to speed on how Minecraft works. Once I get a little bit of that figured out, I'm hoping to bring some other kinds of content to this channel with Minecraft. So, oh look, we've already got a wolf, so maybe we'll get a pet dog pretty early in. But the first thing I'm doing here is mining some wood. One of the first things that I'm going to need to do is make some sticks, make some pickaxes, axes, make some of the initial crafting a little easier than just, say, using my hands. You mine, then you craft. It's the dichotomy of existence, the two things that keep things going, mining and crafting. But back to what I was saying earlier, I'm starting off here with what more could there be to it if life were that simple? Starting off here with some solo play. The goal is just de-rust. De-rust, and then after a little bit, and once I get some familiarity back, hopefully bringing in people, doing some multiplayer, exploring things like Skyblock. I've actually got that, and I see, and I'm actually really happy to see that on here, right at the beginning of stream, I've already up to 7 followers on here. So you'll see that there's a goal. I've got in the bottom left of the screen that I have a goal of achieving 50 followers. And the incentive that I'm putting on that is that while I de-rust and learn about all these things here, I'd like to also get into speedrunning and maybe some different kinds of content aside from just doing some solo survival play. So if we make that happen, then I'm going to try out some different styles. Oh, see, I'm already messing up. I need to recall how to make a crafting table. I think I just don't have enough wood yet. But we see that it's becoming night, so I think for the first night here, I'm probably going to need to brick myself in just so that any of the mobs that spawn in are going to get me. I had 10 minutes and I squandered it. Well, made use of it talking to people. So, that being said, there's a goal that you played RL. What's this? Played what RL? So, getting into playing some multiplayer. With that being said, I've actually started setting up a Discord. And in that Discord, I'm hoping to bring in community and friends. Oh, let me get myself bricked in here. Priority 1. Bring in friends, bring them into a chat, play with some people on here, get some interaction of personalities, make things a little more interesting. Alright, playing slow because I gotta figure out all these controls. And I see a creeper in the distance. Not trying to get blown up on night 1 and get a bed, so hopefully this is sufficient. But we're gonna wait here until day, and in the meanwhile, I'm gonna read over chat here. Yeah, so I I got a suggestion that I could do the tutorial. That would be smart. Unfortunately, we're not big brain in it here. We're learning trial by fire here. That'll be a fun way to experience it. If anyone has any suggestions as you see me play, if there's stuff that can be done better, drop it in the chat. I will be glad to, as I said, take any suggestions that come up. All right. Wondering if there's anything I can do in the meanwhile. I think the fact that I got different kinds of wood is going to keep me from... Yes. Thank you for that feedback. So could have turned those into planks. I guess that would have been better. So used to using all the stuff on a PC that I don't quite know how to do all the combinations of buildings of what can be done, unfortunately. So some of this I'll be finding out, and I suppose I know there's a guide in here. I'll get it figured out. Bear with me. So a crafting book. I know that there's different combinations of things you can do here. The first thing that I need to do, I know, is make a crafting table so I can make some 3x3 combinations. And for all the stuff I've watched, in the mental space of trying to keep all the stream going, drag logs to the 4 blocks. So I had done that before, and I feel like I got something different. Can I mix oak wood and oak logs here and get that? Actually, I might have answered the question, so we'll get 4 in here. Drag this by. Thank you. Lifesaver. All right, we've got the crafting table. Mission 1 accomplished. Now we're going to be able to make some more complicated stuff than just what the standalone inventory with the 4x4 allows us to do. This is probably pretty low level for people that have experience in here. Like I said, it's a lot of derusting to do. So one of the next things that I'm going to want to do is make some axes, make some sticks, and this is going to be how I will get in and be more productive than just chopping everything down by hand. All right, so we'll get some planks here. That's not what I want. We get sticks. Sticks. Bit by bit. All right. More planks. Ready to fight the dragon. Yeah, this is why I'm gonna wait until I get 50 people before I even attempt doing something like that. Because clearly there's a skill gap which is occurring here between me and taking on the Ender Dragon. One day, not too far. All right, 2 planks, one above the other. Lifesaver. Henry, thanks for joining the chat. Glad to have you in here. All right. So now you get to see me. Let's crank some royalty-free music. I'm waiting for the Minecraft music to pick up because we all know that Minecraft music is pretty bopping. So in its ambiency of coming and going, there will be some moments the music's bopping, and there will be other moments where it's perhaps a little quiet. All right. Let's go with the wood pickaxe. We'll try to get some stone this next day when the sun comes up. And I'll just keep getting wood by hand, so I'm not going to focus on getting an axe in here just yet. Hopefully I don't have any mobs to defend against either, so I'm thinking that any kind of sword so far would probably be a little overkill. Figure out all these. Let's see. Different combination. Learning here. That's a sword. Next I need to figure out how would you make an axe. And if my sister, Phelan Farah, by username, pops in with any advice, she's being a real lifesaver here. So I think what I might be able to do is actually go in here and find. Yep, got it figured out. Duct tape, right. You just throw all the wood together, crank some duct tape around it, and you're ready to chop some trees down. This is how our lumberjack forefathers have constructed their dwellings forever. All right, so we see one of the things I actually saw when I first got in this world, the random seed, that I was really happy to see. I spawned in about here, and there was just an expanse of water. Some woods around, which for starting out, getting a crafting table going, and some other resources is really pretty invaluable. I mean, it's a great way to start off, and that guy's going to no-scope me from over there, so I'm going to get out of the way until he burns up in the sunlight, and then I'll pop back up. But in the distance, there was a city. And in the brief bit of exploration I did, and we're talking like maybe 5 minutes before when I loaded this up, I saw the city over there, and I'm thinking, depending on what we find around it, that might be an interesting place to start off making an initial base. That way I can gather any of the resources out of the city, get an initial starting point, and then as we explore some more of the world, see if there's an interesting place or any resources that could be more easily gathered from other locations. But it's some pretty prime real estate for starting off here. Alright, what I want to figure out is, does this clear faster when using an axe? It looks like it does. I see a black sheep over there in the distance, so we're going to pop over there in just a moment. I need to get some wool so that I can make a bed, and unlike that night that I just manually waded through, once I get a bed up on the screen, I should be able to construct that, and then just pass the night automatically. Ah! Young Surge hosting on his stream. Thank you very much. And I want to give a shout out to Young Surge. So at the start of this week, he and I actually started getting into this whole streaming endeavor together. He's a Super Smash Bros. Melee player. We know one another from college, good friends, so we go back about 6 years. And we're figuring out all this Streamlabs, OBS, shift to stack items, and control to run. I actually changed my controls, so I think I've got double tap on W for running here. I'm trying to make them a little more intuitive for my brain. But yeah, Justin and I, so young Surge, he and I go way back. He's a Pikachu main. I am an absolute scrub, except maybe when I get lucky on Super Smash Brothers. But I gotta tell you, he's a good player. So if anyone wants to pop over to Young Surge, that's YOUNGSURG3. You want to watch some fantastic Pikachu fights, um, pop on over there. And we have Lil Zaros in the chat. So this is now two of my relatives popping in to show some support. Glad that you found the time. I appreciate you hopping in here. That is popping off tonight. All right. By the way, Kayshawn, if you're still in the chat, I want to point out, in all our conversations where you observe my persistent use of the word theoretically in conversations, it's not just me. Jenna popped in there as well, and it's saying theoretically. It's a family trait, apparently. All right. I understand cows are actually a good source of refilling that hunger bar. If the hunger bar gets down, I'll start taking damage. It won't kill me, but it'll get me down to 1 heart, and then if I were to take a fall or a mob were to hit me, things would be a little more precarious. So we're going to avoid that. All right, so I've got some flowers that I picked up earlier. If I need to, I can use those for dye, but fortunately I'm not going to need to. I found sheep that were all the same color. So because the wool's all the same color, make the cows, make a babby. We will get on that. We are going to farm the livestock just as soon as we get a little more bearing on playing. Wasting an axe on a cow. Yeah, see, I've nearly broken the axe. I guess we could consider that a waste, but that cow is going to be my sustenance for the rest of the day. Henry, I'm going to need some of your sage advice. I know you've got numerous hours in this game beyond my experience. So, for our earlier conversation, as soon as I derust, we're going to be hitting up some multiplayer on this channel, and it will be a good time. Yeah, I'm glad to hear my movement. See, I was not understanding the pun at first, and now I have to act like I can ignore that just a little bit. Okay, so we got a town over here. We've got some wheat going on. I thought this was really cool, these inlets which are occurring. And I know that there are some Triton dudes down here in the water, and a bunch of fish and squids. So I thought this place was really cool when I first spawned in this seed. These dips that occur between the buildings, I just thought it was a really cool looking place. So I'd like to set up an initial base over here. So I'm going to scout around, see exactly how big this village is, and start to get an idea of where would maybe aesthetically be a good place to set up a house. And also where there's going to be room for harvesting. I wonder, with these stables already here, if I were to herd livestock or feed these livestock, and they were to theoretically make a babby, could I use the farms that are here in the beginning rather than constructing my own? Yes, composter. I'm going to have to figure that one out. We got any thoughts on making use of the livestock that are already in the city? Y'all let me know. Oh, that looks so perfectly round. I dig it. They won't mind. Okay, I didn't know if I was gonna like aggravate villagers. Okay, this is the spot. We're gonna have the town behind us. We're gonna have this nice circular pool ahead of us, and coast of sea line off in the distance. This is where we're gonna get started. It might not be pretty. I'm not looking to build the most geometrically symmetric location, but let's get a roof over our head. Let's get a bed laid down. Let's get some torches into place so we can prevent mobs from spawning in here. Get a starter place going. All right, so We've learned that instead of using a log, we use a log. We make planks. That's going to be the efficient way to build a building. We're going to start out with some oak here. Put that all together. Start laying down a surrounding. Let's knock these down just so that stuff will be a little less able to hop up on the ceiling. Villagers are super chill. We could murder them. I'm going to avoid murdering any villagers. Unless I find out that they're trying to price gouge me on any items later when I try to trade them. In which case, all bets are off. Alright, am I using Steam? So I'm not using Steam here. For Minecraft, there's an independent download which you can get through Windows. So on my computer, which is a Windows, the operating system is 10. It functions through like a Microsoft Xbox related player, not Steam. That's actually what I guessed at first, and I found out I was wrong. So you would go to Minecraft's website. They have some different price offerings depending on what bundle you want to get. Those bundles have different costs, but they include a different number of what are called Minecraft coins. So as I mentioned earlier, there's a version called Skyblock. Getting Skyblock, for example, costs extra coins from my understanding. You get some amount, 700 I believe, with the base package, which costs, from my memory, $30. And then there's some upgrade, deluxe type bundle. All right, let's figure out a door. The door would be nice. Yeah, so not Steam. And if we're going to learn anything here, I want y'all to take away that I might get a short question, and it's going to result in a long answer. I done goofed. Oof, what did I do, Henry? Oh, yeah, sorry. That's what I got. Mods in the other game modes are free. Yeah. I got the Java edition. That's what we've got going on here. I didn't, It sounds like I goofed, but I didn't goof. I just don't know what I'm talking about. That'll set the expectation for the stream. All right, let's get... I need to learn where my inventory slots are. Okay, a door. Let's figure out a door. 6 blocks vertical next to each other. Thank you. All right. Beautiful birch door. I figure out. See, in advance of this, and I didn't need 3 of them, but we're gonna take what we got. So do those stay on the, yeah, they jump back into my inventory if I don't use everything that's there. Good to know. All right, we got a door. Next point. How necessary is a roof going to be here? I know that some things like spiders can jump a certain distance. Gives you 3 every time. Good to know I didn't mess up there then. I'm gonna clear a little more distance here, just so that stuff's not tempted to jump in. And then I want to work soon on getting some torches up in my new humble abode. Sun's going down again already. And thank you again to everyone popping in, answering questions. As I said, plenty for me to learn here. It's been a number of years, but I'm on here to have fun, so not embarrassed to ask these questions. Having a good time. Alright. So, should be able to make a bed here, so I don't need all the... I think that's 3 planks. I don't know if birch will work. And then 3 wool. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright. We got a bed. We don't have to wait through this night. All right, let's get this in the corner over here. Let's try to get this in the corner here. Nope. I'm clicking the wrong button. Right click here. Not left click. That's mining. Now it wants to work. All right. Cool. Villagers are also dangerous now with raids. Yes, you know, I've watched enough streams. That's something I've picked up on, but yeah, so maybe being around here is not great. I don't know what all the things are called by name, but I've seen those giant, for lack of an appropriate term, I'm going to call them war bison. Move your cursor down a block, it takes up 2 blocks. Thank you. All right. And I don't know if y'all are jumping in on my questions that I'm asking so frequently, and I'm just getting them delayed. I'm reading all of my chat that y'all are bringing in through the streaming software called Streamlabs OBS. And so I don't know if there's any delay of stuff going from when y'all post it up on Twitch to... We just have a plethora of wolves, which is going to be great when we begin recruiting for the dog army. All right, okay. Back to focusing. So I think the next thing I want to do here is get a furnace going. To get a furnace going, I need to get some stone. I don't know if I want to dig down or look for a mountain somewhere. I've got my wooden pickaxe to gather some initial stone, but I'm seeing a bunch of dirt. Once I do that, I'll be able to build a furnace, toss some wood in it, and then the meat in my inventory I'm going to work on cooking, because I see that my hunger meter is depleting, so I don't want to sit on that forever. Like I said, I don't want to start taking damage and not have a food source. You should use the material you collected to build a brush gold pickguard. I didn't see you enter the chat, but glad to have you here. TAWF, also a good friend. The brush gold pickguard that he's referring to is probably most people in this chat, knowing me personally, know that I play bass guitar. And so what he's talking about there is I recently acquired a Fender Jazz bass guitar. And it was pretty cool. 18-ish second delay. Good to know. And on that bass guitar was the coolest mod. I got it used, and the guy who sold it to me had a brush gold pickguard, non-stock, and it looks sweet. Might have to show y'all sometime. I don't know if I can do that with flowers, though. I'll have to figure out the Minecraft recipe for brush gold pickguard. And on that note, talking about music and instruments, well, I'm starting off here with some gaming. It's not my entire intent to make this specifically a Minecraft-based channel. I think it's a good way for me to start off, figure things out, figure out about Twitch dynamics, build a bit of community. But I think long-term, you know, I don't hold myself to the expectation that this is going to be solely one thing. I'll be exploring community interests, and as I come up with different ideas, like perhaps playing music on stream, or beside, there'll be some other things going up. Oh, I am honored. Thank you very much. We're just, we're building a community very quickly this evening. I did not expect it at all. I fully went in with the thought, I know some people said that out of kindness they were going to hop in here, show me some support, but the number of people we have hopping on here is awesome. And also daunting, because we're 1/10 of the way to the goal where I will either be playing Skyblock or doing speedruns, neither of which I am skillfully prepared for just yet. Um, as you may have observed through me consistently asking questions about game mechanics, but we'll get there. All right. If I'm bumping on every block I run into, that's not the most conducive to speedruns. All right. Pop back in here. We're going to make a furnace. Manage inventory real quick. So we've got our cobblestone up here. I'll put the wool back there. A little bit of organization. Yep. I appreciate all the support, people. It's very encouraging. Getting sounds on my computer I've not heard before, like a villager is off in the distance, gargling some salt water or something. All right, I think I remember this one. Beautiful. Actually, guessing that sound, not a villager. It's probably one of those Triton folk who's snuck up on my house, perhaps. Yup. As long as he stays over there, we're good. All right, but we will at some point need to clear him out of the yard. They're not good neighbors, because I know that they can quickly do a lot of damage to a player, especially one as novice as myself. All right. Cool. So next thing I'm going to do, I need to... Are you playing with mouse and keyboard? I am, which is entirely new for me. I used to play with PlayStation controller because I was always a console person. So the mouse and keyboard is new for me. I'm trying to figure out what I think are good key bindings to be able to play well. But also I don't have a full mechanical keyboard, and so I think that there may be some reactivity in just how the keys are going to work. And honestly, the mouse that I have is quite old. I don't think it's very conducive for this. It works sufficiently for doing schoolwork and things beside that I'm doing, but might need to look at getting maybe a little bit better of a mouse for the purposes of this. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking the stream's delayed now because I just got that note from Phelan Farah saying that I should make a furnace to cook food. On my side, I had already done it by the time I saw that in the chat. But thank you very much. Turn off auto jump. Yeah, you know, when I logged in, I didn't see auto jump as one of the ones that was default on for key bindings. But one thing that I did think was not so great. Sneak or crouch, I think, was bound in a way that I didn't like, so I've actually shifted it to be at X rather than, I think it was maybe control, just because it's closer to the WASD, so then I can just move my middle finger down from S to X and go into crouching more easily. We'll see whether that works out in the long run, but it was an initial thought when I started looking at the controls. All right, so my next day goal, now that I've cooked up some food to get me going. Cool. I might be able to change that delay, that 18-ish seconds. It's good to know. Let me see if I can pop in here. I've got things set for a certain quality. I'm going to try something while y'all are in here, because now while we're starting off, I think is a great time to get things figured out. So, beautiful weather. We got some rain going. I know there's a prioritization that I can do of reducing that lag between us versus video quality. I want to see if maybe there's an ideal setting where I can interact with y'all a little closer to when things are going on. And if I can't find it right now, low latency. Maybe I'll pop back into this a little bit later. We'll give it a shot. I've seen it because I've been fumbling around OBS these last 2 days trying to figure out stuff that would be useful, but you know, now in the fray of figuring out the game and chatting with people, um, you know, I might. Da, da, da. It might actually be that I have it set to shift. You know, that's actually what I did. I think I made sprint to shift. What am I drinking, Kayshawn? It's tea. That's my go-to beverage. um, it's some like chamomile variant. Nice for calming the nerves. Um, I'm thinking this is like dusk. It's not quite dark enough. I wonder if that merman fish guy out in the pond is going to keep me from being able to use the bed when the evening comes, but hopefully not. All right, so the next question I have for the chat, and all you very helpful people. Green tea is the best for AP. Again, with those Divinity Original Sin jokes. I appreciate it, Kayshawn. Um, for people in the chat, the next thing that I want to do is start breeding some of that livestock so I can get some more steaks to cook up. If I understand correctly, to get that to happen, you need to feed the cows. Is there... Whoa. This dude right outside my door now? He sounds so close. Is there another one? There is. Are they spawning down here? All right. Drowned. Thank you. I'll learn all the semantics of this slowly but surely. Wheat for cows and sheep, carrot for pigs. See, I don't think I'd finish the statement, but by familial relation, I'm glad that you could read my mind. All right, would it be absolutely absurd to try to take on the drown this early? Are they gonna keep it PG, mess me up? +3 attack with a stone hoe. So what I want to figure out, and I don't know all the stats on this. That's the pickaxe, 3 damage. What's a sword, damage-wise? That's what I want. So the sword's good. Okay. Learning. All right. And we're going to get that stone pickaxe so we can start getting some iron soon. Once we get the iron, work on making some armor. You know, TAWF, I'm going to act like I understand that, but it might be a joke between Kayshawn and yourself. All right. Day 2. Let's go out and get rid of these drowned. I'm sure they're great neighbors. But is that a drowned kid? Oh no. Is it? No, they had kids. We're not trying to Anakin this from the beginning. So while I take out the ones that I'm pretty sure are adults, someone pop in the chat and let me know if what? Am I not able to defeat drowned? Is this an effort in vain? Someone let me know. I'll leave them be for now. None of these ones have tridents. Do I need to worry about these ones attacking me? Is it a ghost? Welcome to the chat, Lodash. I don't know. I'm hoping that more informed people than myself will help me out. Okay, well, they're not invulnerable. And what is going on? This guy went belly up there. Guy's no longer belly up there. Kill the fish. Just don't go in the water. Do they not attack you if you're not in water? Because then I'll feel very bad for what I just did. Oh, Lodash, you and me both. Those drowned, which my sister informed me the name of, did not exist the last time I played. So I'm trying to figure out exactly how they work. Fortunately, that's all part of the experience. TAWF. I know that there are people that play Minecraft in vegan runs. Can't go on land, so can't attack you on land. Is that true for the ones that have tridents as well? Because I know that they do range damage. Um. All right. Yeah, so TAWF. I know that people do Minecraft vegan runs where you do not injure these things. You can get things like potatoes, wheat to make bread. You absolutely don't have to kill animals in Minecraft, except for the Ender Dragon. That's one exception, which you don't have to do. But if you're doing a speed run, I'm pretty sure that's one of the requisite parts of it. The trident ones do not hit you. Maggot Mills. Margie, thank you for joining. Glad to have you here. We're just watching me fumble around on the startup of this fresh world. All right. We're going to put that on the docket of content for the channel, dedicated vegan run. And if we get enough support for it, we'll consider it. They do hit you. Good to know. It is a Scott Pilgrim alert. You know, I had to honor the guy playing a guitar. All right, so, man, these drowned are just everywhere. But we have a cat. So maybe we've got a million wolves around us. We have cats. We've got livestock. I'm really thinking, and I said it once already, but I think this was a good area to have spawned in. Well, I'm in the water, so if he's hostile, if it's me or the drowned, it's gonna be May. And I'm sick of myself for having made that joke. Forgive me. Alright, so my understanding is when I collect, appropriate verb, when I collect the wheat, if I want to make this sustainable, what I need to do is take those seeds that are popping up, put those back in the ground. So all these seeds, let me get that birch log out of the way, need to place those back so the next time I come around, desperate for food, there's food to be had. And I don't know about this patch right here. What's going on with that? So all those... That's weird. I don't know what I'm doing there. Will the patch there that's dry produce any wheat if I were to plant on that, or do they have to be wet? Thank you. Okay. Stay off the wheat. Will that go back to being one for cultivation? Thank you. All right, I gotta tell you, because this is funny what just happened. Henry, you gave me that advice. Oh, so you can't jump on it, but you can walk on it. Okay, so there's a difference between the two. So don't jump, but you can walk on wheat. The auto mod gotcha. Every time people are saying ho, it's getting blocked by the auto mod. So I do see that y'all are posting this. Give me 1 second here. We're gonna clear that. We're gonna clear that in the auto mod. All right. You can also click on the composter with the plant food to get bone meal and make your crops grow faster. Thank you. Is that an amazing on permission to use the word for the noun hoe, or just get rid of the auto mod? Yes. I'll get these things figured out. All right. Okay. So if I understand correctly, I can't make a hoe from my inventory. I have to make a hoe from the crafting table. So let me run back over there, craft one up real fast, fix my error in destroying the villages, plant cultivation. I'm sorry, villagers. All right, so that looked like it was something like this construction. There we go. Yes, hose before automogs. We prioritize the good feedback and instruction in the game over the decisions that a AI thinks uh, are appropriate. Okay, so now I've taken the hoe to that dirt plot. Does it just take some amount of time for that to go back to being cultivatable? Icon commands, Sag. Um, I don't know what that is, Lodash. That one's a new one for me. So, do I now need to put, you can put a plant on it? So does it only change back to that, well, what makes it turn the dark color? If I put a plant on it, does it turn that dark color? Or I need to do something specifically for that. It will moisten up on its own. Thank you very much. Like I said, not too proud to ask questions, and I'm sure I'm going to have plenty of them, so I appreciate all the people in here. Streaming schedule, right now, undefined. I don't know how regularly I'm going to do this. For people who may know less about me, I gave a brief introduction here at the start of the stream, but I am a scientist by trade and currently a PhD student, so my schedule gets busy at times, and I'll have to navigate that. I'm hoping to do this somewhat regularly, and essentially take what for me is a normal gaming schedule that I engage in and make it a social experience by doing something like this. That being said, if I find some consistency in my schedule, thanks. Young Surge calling me a nerd. You and I both, I'm going to give you away. You are also a PhD student. So we're both nerds. And the wheat's growing in the background. I will sleep through the night. Random amount of time, supposing there is water within 5-ish blocks. Good to know. Yeah, so regarding the streaming schedule, this week, and I'm not going to say that this is going to be persistent across weeks. This is sad. Can we get some Fs in the chat for these zombies on fire? Streaming schedule. I'm intending to hop on this Friday in the evening and sometime Sunday afternoon. If you go to Twitch and you go under, thank you, F's in the chat. We've got to show some respect here. Much appreciated. If you go under my streaming schedule, I've got some plan to go on Friday evening as well as Sunday right now. If I figure out a consistent schedule, though, I'll make that publicly available. And as I mentioned at the beginning of stream, I'm setting up a Discord currently so that people who wish to be active. What we got here? Thank you very much. Getting another host going. I appreciate it. Making a Discord currently. I want to have it a little more polished before I extend that invite and have people from this stream able to join in on it. I think it's coming together pretty well, so it shouldn't be much of a delay there. But for a little more engagement, I'll make that invite available through my Twitch information for people that want to jump in. Yeah, in fact, Lodash, I sent Henry an invite earlier, but with that, if you're willing, I didn't want to go inviting you in if it wasn't something that you wanted to take the time to do. But I will send you that invite now, and if you want to take a look over it and tell me if you got any thoughts, I would really appreciate it. Let me pause real quick. I'll send you that. Be just a moment here. All right. Got some chat going on. Got some people joining. One of the things you might notice when you get in there, Lodash, is that there's all numbers of roles There's a lot of role types, and there's a lot of chats, and some have a million discords. That definitely, thank you. um, there are a lot of different role levels, and what they're intended for are people like my personal friends would get the designation channel guest. Um, Individuals who I'm wanting to stream with and be able to provide audio from those speakers to on this Twitch stream would get the designation stream guest. Cool, so you should have just received an invite, you've accepted it. I'm going to give you the designation of a role channel guest, which is going to allow you to see pretty much everything in there. You won't be able to edit everything. I've got some restrictions on it where... All right, so I'm seeing some... Sounds like y'all are going around in the chat. Thank you very much. All right, so we got some people already taking part in the Discord. But that's to say, I'm looking to get that Discord up and active before long. I post things there like what I'm thinking as far as content schedule. And it's also just going to be a place for community to interact. Like, let's say, if I say something egregiously funny, perhaps unintended, feel free to clip it, post it there. Let's make a meme out of it. I'm good with it. It's funny. In fact, Lodash, I recently had the pleasure of going in, and when I followed your stream, I went through some of the Among Us we had been playing. And I got to enjoy some great clips where you absolutely got the plays on us. Remembering that time that Michael, you and myself were in a hallway, you killed Michael and blamed it on me, and then I stupidly followed you in the next round when you killed Liz in front of me and convinced them it was me that killed Liz. 2 rounds in a row. Did I get some good clips? You know, I don't know how to clip it or bring it over. Yeah, you 50-50'd me twice, and I think it was Ethan. I think you pulled in Ethan on it, but to be fair, I know that at times I sound suspicious. I don't blame Ethan. I do blame you, Lodash. But what I thought was particularly funny and had a good laugh at was me memeing in that chat. You might remember that when you killed Michael, and then you tried to convince, like I said, I think it was Ethan. I might be wrong. But I'm just running in circles while I chat now. So if you'll see that like my Minecraft character isn't doing anything that makes sense, it's because the brain's only running at about 75% capacity, 50% capacity when I'm also talking. I'll get better at it. I hope. I made a SpongeBob reference, and I was a bit proud of myself. It was the most honest man I know, besides a certain... Yes. All right, well, Young Search, thank you very much for joining. I appreciate the support. I'll be catching up with you after this, and if you have any feedback for me, man, let me know how it goes. Let me know if there's anything I can change. And my sister calling me a permanently suspicious person. And the fact of the matter is, I'm not going to contradict it. There's a certain amount of self-awareness that has to be present for personal growth. I acknowledge it. I accept it. It is what it is. All right, so we've just now gained, by far, the most important item in the game. Some people might think it's netherite. They don't know anything. We about them potatoes. Quote me on that. We about them potatoes. This is what it's all about. All right, okay. Let's put some of those seeds back down. Attack and destroy a monster. I just got an achievement for killing a monster. And planks and sticks to make a sword. I gotta tell you, that's a little delayed. All right, so are we doing the eat a poisonous potato challenge? Is that first on the docket here? I don't know what happened, but apparently my Windows just like realized, hey, you've been playing the game a bit. We're gonna give you every achievement you should have been getting over the course of the last X amount of minutes. So potatoes don't have seeds, you just plant the potato, because that's how it works in real life, right? I was looking for potato seeds. There's not. There's no such thing. Um, can you plant a poisonous potato and get a good potato? Is that a thing? Can we make use of food scraps there? Can I use a poisonous potato in the composter to get bone meal? Is that a thing? Shouldn't need the hoe. We'll clear inventory soon, but a little disorganization for now. It'll be all right. All right, let's see. There's a poisonous potato on a composter. Perhaps not. There's a regular potato goes in a composter. All these years. Thank you very much, Lodash. I appreciate it. You know, back in the days of RuneScape, which incidentally, many of the people here, know it or not, are pretty involved with that. Some of the group that I know, people from on here that are posting, you can't. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. See, I know your name, but I'm going to try to stick to your username. Phelan Farah. Thank you very much. So I can neither plant or compost a poisonous potato. That's useless, so I'm going to chuck it up in the sky. We're going to use some actual potatoes. We're going to put these in here. But what I was saying there was, in regards to RuneScape, the community in which I've met a number of people who are active on the chat right now. Some of the individuals in that chat are pretty active on RuneScape. So that's not altogether an irrelevant reference, and I think something that people will appreciate. But yeah, RuneScape back in my day was a lot simpler than RuneScape is now, even though I was an old school RuneScape guy. I know that they still went and changed some of the things since I was on last, trying to make those consistent improvements for the Jagex players. All right. We're going to reap those potatoes later, but we'll go back. I'm going to make a chest because I see that my inventory is pretty quickly filling up, and well, that's fine. I'm going to get ahead of the curve here on at least one thing. All right. So, do I have any wood here? Not the one. So I should be able to take that. Let's see. Things that I don't know. Looking for a chest. And I don't know where it's at. Item. Furniture. That's the one. All right. All around the corner. That's how we do it. All right. Well, y'all are making me nervous. We're 22% of the way to the 50 follower goal. That's daunting because, as I said, at the time that I reach those 50 followers, I'm intending to put a poll out for adding a new kind of content. Thank you again, Phelan Farrow. A new kind of content, which I'll pull from the audience. So I don't think I have enough wood. I'm going to have to sleep, wake up in the morning, gather a little bit more. And some thoughts for that are things like playing Skyblock as a new type of content, or playing potentially an any percent glitchless speedrun, which y'all will see that I'm grossly underprepared for at this point. If we get to that 50 fast, it's going to be a little daunting. Can I get some opinions? From my side, the music in Minecraft has been a little quiet. I know that it's ambient, comes and goes. If people in the chat would like it to be turned up a little bit more for the experience and the ambiance, let me know, and I will adjust accordingly. All right. Is it royalty free? Can't hear it at all. Is that what we're saying? Yeah, Lodash, I've been having this conversation with people. I think by virtue of it being in Minecraft that it's permissible for use. I wouldn't think that you'd have to like bring up a game and turn music down on a game. So I think just by virtue of the fact that it's within the game that it's permissible to use. Um, but it's a bit of a bummer about those DMCA's. I, like many other people, enjoy a nice chill, low. Minecraft is probably fine. Good to know. Good to know. I'm gonna turn up my desktop audio here, and the music is coming and going. Like I'm not hearing it much either. But I think that's just because of how it goes, to be honest. But we'll see. If I notice a problem, we'll try to address it. But yeah, those DMCA's are a real shame because who doesn't enjoy a nice chill lo-fi to study slash mind blocks to? Fail and fair. I think that might be a little more nuanced than that. So while I'm not selling anything here, let's say if I were to go on YouTube, for example, and pick out a song that I like and I wanted to play it on stream. Even though I wouldn't be selling anything, my understanding is that essentially because I would be gathering profit through viewership, not right now because I'm not a Twitch affiliate, but gathering profit through viewership, you don't have to specifically sell a product to, or if you get a sub button. Lodash, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm very new to this. Like I said, I really started taking more of a keen interest in this um, on Sunday. Really Monday more so. So this is all still very fresh to me. I'm doing a lot of initial research to figure out how OBS and Twitch and all these things work. But I think to get a sub button, you have to be an affiliate. You have to get 50 followers for that to be the case. And then once you start getting subs, Twitch takes like a 50-50 cut of it. And correct me if I'm wrong. If you can get a sub button ahead of all that, um, yeah, you have to be an affiliate. Cool. All right. Let's make some. There's probably a way to make all rather than clicking repetitively to get oak wood planks. So if anyone wants to pass that wisdom along, I'd appreciate it. Hypothetically, you could be getting money from donos. Donos are great. You may notice, and this is not an expectation, but I, as many other people, would want to take advantage of opportunity if it occurs. On my About page, there is a link to a donor button. That donor button links up to my Streamlabs and would allow people to donate directly to my PayPal. That is set up for money from donos for DMA. Yeah. Very kind. I don't expect anyone to donate, but I want it to be on there for if people just, if I invoke his name, perhaps it will become true. But theoretically, if Mr. Beast were to pop through on one of those nifty little, just pose for an instance as example, if Mr. Beast were to pop through donating to small streamers, who wouldn't want to take advantage of that? Yeah, no, there's no implied meaning to my pointing out that there is in fact a donate button. I'm happy y'all are here, and I'm gonna be happy with that. All right, got all these flowers and rose bushes. Dig it. I don't need those doors. I don't need this sand. um, maybe when I go out exploring, dirt might be useful. Don't see the hoe being useful right now. I know that hay bales have a use. Is the use of hay bales to use them and trade back to villagers? You interact with villagers and you can trade hay for more valuable items. I know that that's a mechanic which occurs. Minecraft has decided to start playing some music again. So if people in the chat can let me know if that's coming through, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, it's compressed wheat, but can you trade it back to villagers? For different things that like traders would be selling. Nice. Glad to know y'all are enjoying the music. All right. Well, my sister, Phelan Farah, you enjoy that tour. I'm glad that you were able to jump on and see this for a bit. I appreciate the support. Yeah, if I need to turn it up more, let me know. In fact, I'll just give it a try. And if it gets too loud, where it's, say, drowning out voice, for instance, let me know. I'll shift it back down. Cool. Swell, swell. All right, so that door just closed. Okay. In the realm of goals, we have a chest. We've cleared out our inventory. I have stone pickaxe. Redirecting myself here. It's good at that. Okay. Sorry to... I just wanted to say that if I missed your exit from the stream, that I appreciated you being here. Do I build an underwater mine? with the iron right here? I think it might be a bit of a pain, but, you know, let's take advantage of what nature's giving us within our immediate vicinity. Little Zaros. What is good at that? Okay, so I've got that. Still trying to get familiar with all these keybinds. Apparently I'm running on water here. Oh, the music is good at fluctuating. May have mentioned it a couple times already, but I'm really glad with where we spawned into this world. All these trees. It's beautiful. Alright, so we got a little bit of iron. My understanding is once I get some more, I'm going to need to bring it back to the furnace to make it into ingots for it to actually be a usable resource. So we'll put that in the list of priorities. So I want to... We got a bee! Flying away in the distance. I'm going to dig down here. And then I'm gonna pop up in the middle of the city, shout something about I am the Underminer, and then I'll put out the second Pixar movie, you know, like 10 years later or something. Expect off-the-wall references like that often. It's kind of my MO. I should not be using a stone pickaxe. Mine dirt. Live and learn. Alright. Probably don't even need to use the stone pickaxe to mine stone. Unless there's iron in it. Or coal. Or any of those other really nice blocks. And I hope to get some coal soon, so that I can start lighting up the mine shaft and not having a bunch of mobs spawn in on me. I'm losing the daylight, which means I'm gonna use cook logs to make charcoal. Thank you. Things I forget. I'm actually gonna pop back up and do that, because the further down I go here, I'm like starting to suspect that it's nighttime because I don't see enough light on my screen. And I look up and I go, well now it's getting towards nighttime. So let's run back here. Alternatively, I have introduced the problem that my house and my mine shaft are not near one another, it may become increasingly vexing to run back and forth between the two. Whoop. No creepers, please. Well, we'll figure that out. So too far up the coast? Yeah. We got a little kid zombie over here. No, that's a kid drowned. Not as threatening. I know those kid zombies are a force to be reckoned with. More so than the adult zombies. Close the door. Go to bed. Read the Twitch chat. Cook those logs. Alright, we're cooking those logs. So can I just split it here? Can I do like top bottom? Logs, not planks. That's the problem. Okay, so do I have logs that I... Nope. No logs that are not yet planks. So, while I go out and get some logs, let's get that iron going. Well, I get those logs. Drowned are just water zombies. Yes. Well, I get the logs. And I'm not altogether lazy, but I'm really enjoying chatting with people, so I prefer to just ask the question. I've got a bunch of wheat, and I'd like to make some bread, because I know that's something you can make with it. Is it as simple as just putting wheat on the furnace? Thanks. 1.5 items. Yes, yes, thank you, I do know that. Well, I guess I didn't know that it's the 1.5 versus the 8, but I definitely know that there's a difference in efficiency between the two, so definitely a lot better to get the charcoal. Question was going to be, I want to make some bread. I want to get this bread. Is it as simple as putting wheat on the furnace, or probably more complicated than that? Thanks. Hey, if I get audience participation in clipping, I'll live with it. Free wheat in the crafting bench. Thank you very much. I think I'm probably doing something that I absolutely shouldn't be right now, so some feedback could be good. You're not supposed to do what I'm doing ideally, right? Collecting a tree from the bottom up, unless you clear all of it. It's, oh, I wish I could click. Is there any setting that would make the Minecraft music happen like more consistently instead of this ebb and flow we're getting? I wanna listen to some jams. All right, let's get this bread. I should have kept some of that because I was gonna feed the livestock. But hopefully by now the wheat has grown in the field that we sowed. All right, so let's see about iron ingots. Cool. I think that's, yep, that's an achievement. Bake bread. You play it in the background and turn the music off in game. What would I play in the background? Are we just talking about any music, or? Because I would specifically want the Minecraft music that goes along with this, because Minecraft's got some real bangers on here. All right. Yeah, see, I don't want to risk that as far as like the DMCA stuff. And you know, it's like the squeaky wheel gets the grease, because as soon as I start having all this conversation about the music, it like starts crescendoing up again. Oh, yeah, so you're saying that like I could go onto X arbitrary music streaming website, get Minecraft music, and then nice. All right. See, I am not a Spotify member, and so I'm not going to use Spotify right now because we would get so many crazy ads, I suppose. But I could go on X arbitrary music streaming site, and then yeah, there's some royalty-free stuff. And I tried to scope that out just a little bit ahead of time, but I wasn't entirely confident regarding. Like, there's Twitch is right now working on production of I've downloaded it. Let's see exactly what it's called. Soundtrack by Twitch. So when I was looking into this, Soundtrack by Twitch is a product that they're developing to make royalty-free music accessible to streamers. But it's still in beta. They're looking at adding in tracks and being able to make playlists that would fit certain interests. Where it's at right now, I kind of took an initial glance at it, and I think the content's not quite there yet. So when that gets up and going, I think it may be a really good resource for streamers, because essentially the fact that Twitch is endorsing and making the product means that if you have any concern regarding DMCA, it's like, use the product that they're handing to you, and I wouldn't expect they would ever, reasonably take action against people making use of a product that they've made. Humble Bundle right now is a bundle of royalty-free music. Buy once and you're good to play it on your streams. Good to know. Good to know. I will. Let me think about this real quick. Because my concern is, if I pulled up some website right now for streaming music and it said that it was royalty-free, like as the name, unfortunately I don't have, a world full of trust that that designation would be true. So I don't know that I want to risk it. I know the stakes aren't good, aren't high right now. But, I'm gonna try to keep my laces tied from the beginning and just keep them that way. So yeah, Humble Bundle. I'll check it out. I don't think I'll try to multitask that while I'm on stream right now, but in the downtime before next one, I'll definitely give that a go. Thank you very much, Henry. Alright, so the wheat's not quite ready yet. I don't know how long it takes. Yeah, Henry, that's what I was talking about. My concern is that someone might have it labeled royalty-free and it, not actually be. It's just unlikely, but, I'd just rather not gamble that. So I don't know what this first item in my inventory is. Ink sac. That is because the squid over there apparently dropped it. I think one must have died. Okay. Yeah, so let me poll the chat. We want to try to get some royalty free lo-fi up in this stream. Y'all let me know. I will comply with the request. Let's cook that mutton. And chuck out some of this rotten flesh. And cooked pork chop. I'm gonna cook some potatoes as well. Always enjoy a good potato. One of the things that I want to do in here is, I know some people make like trash bins out of a block of lava. But I also saw, doing some advanced planning for this stream, that some people will make a trap door in a corner where what you can do is throw items in there, and instead of destroying them with lava, which is a little risky towards if you were to accidentally throw in an item you didn't intend, that instead, with a trapdoor, if you throw in an item, say in the corner, into the trapdoor, and you went, oh, I didn't mean to throw my diamond pickaxe in there, you can just hop in and pick it back up out instead of destroying it in lava on accident. So I think one of the things that I'm going to try to do, and I think it's probably just wood to make a trapdoor, unless I'm wrong. That's probably a goal here that's coming up as well. Alright, I will take the incentive and go ahead and look if we can find royalty-free music here. So just one moment. Oh, look at this nifty work that I've done. So while we're not playing Minecraft, I'm gonna throw this up because nothing's actively going on that page. We're gonna look for royalty-free lo-fi hip-hop. They're one curated by YouTube. Da, 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 da. You know, there's always the good old chilled cow, but I'm not entirely sure if that's royalty free or not. If anyone wants to send me, if they know of one that's curated by YouTube, I'd be glad to throw it up to play here, but I'm not seeing anything up front. I'm seeing a bunch of this one that's on a channel called Stomp's Playlist. I need to find some that I can stream. Yeah, you know, it's really the music of our current online generation. So definitely low dash. I think it really enriches a stream to have music going. Of course, now while I'm talking, like the Minecraft music is being all active there in the background. Yeah, I don't see anything that's designated as being a YouTube curated playlist. So I'll leave that on the back burner for now. No. Okay. Let's try this one. We'll give it a go. If it seems like it's not what we want to go with, then I'll look at. That was loud for me. I suspect it was loud for y'all. Also not a stream. So that'd be like 10 minutes of music. Not what I'm going for. Check this one. Of course, thank y'all for the patience as I stumble around to try to figure this out. Yeah, I don't see a... Yeah, so that one says that it requires a license, and they actually link it in the description of the video. I see one on here by a channel called The Relaxed Movement, Lo-Fi Hip Hop. It says it is Twitch and streamer friendly. Well, it might be friendly. I want to make sure it's not going to DMCA me. Because those legally are different terminology. See, this one says the stuff can be used, but it also says you have to ask, which is exactly what a license is. Because I haven't asked yet, I won't be using it. Yeah, so we'll just hope that Minecraft gets the urge to start playing a little more actively with the music. And before I get on next time, I'm going to look into finding some good royalty-free music to put in the background. Let's try one more here. This one looks like maybe. It says no copyright. I'll read the description and see if that's the case. No copyright music. There's a Minecraft Lo-Fi as the third song in the playlist. So, Alright, we'll give it a shot. It's being advertised as no copyright, so I'll take it at face value, and hope that that's the case. Alright. So I will turn off audio in Minecraft. Well, not audio, just want to make sure no creepers wander up on me. We'll just turn off music. Yeah. Cool. Because this is going to be a totally different audio level, y'all let me know if this is too loud or otherwise. Or too quiet. Seems like it might work, but let me know if I need to turn it up or down. Alright, back to Minecraft. And the next goal, getting some Legend of Zelda remix going on there. Anything from Income Tech is good if you provide a link to his website for future reference. Maybe a little loud. Good to know. Yeah, I was thinking something like 10 dB from what I minus 10 dB from what I looked at before is maybe good. So let me know if that's good. I just adjusted it here, Lodash. And it's night. I'm gonna sleep again. So I want to go get more iron. And the potatoes are nearly done. What coincidental timing. Does everyone else get a bunch of spam phone calls all the time now? It died down a little bit during the start of quarantine, but within the last 2 weeks, they're back in full force. So I was gonna get rid of rotten flesh. I was gonna go gather some more iron so I could get a iron pickaxe. Not an iron pick. Well, yeah, more iron pickaxes would be good. This thing just like shouted at me or something. Okay. And I wanted to take care of getting some torches so I could keep working on that mine shaft. So for those in the chat, is it a little better now that I adjusted it down, or still maybe a little bit loud? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And just want to say thank y'all again for all the participation and helping me troubleshoot this. I really think, you know, considering the fact this is my first stream, I think things are going, you know, pretty darn well. I'm glad of how it's going, and I appreciate everyone who's getting on here, helping me out, showing the support, having some fun. I gotta say, as much as I like Minecraft music, and it is quite good, lo-fi is some tasty music. Scene? Can't see the mining and the crafting. Oh, good call. Thank you very much. So to thank you very much. So to let y'all know what I've been doing in the interim of not having the proper screen up, I went over to the peninsula beside my house, and I'm just gathering some logs because I want to make some more sticks to throw some charcoal on so that I can make torches for the mine shaft. Now you're all caught up. I was just hogging that screen time there for a little bit. You know, soaking up the limelight. Alright, we gotta get some bones so we can befriend some of those doggos. Yes, the archetypal red-headed lumberjack. We can seek to avoid destiny, but eventually it comes back around, right? And I think this is actually something you can make in inventory. I don't think you need a crafting table. Brilliant. Good stuff. I think I can make sticks here as well. So I think the more efficient way to do this is to use the charcoal to burn the wood to make more charcoal. So I should get, if Henry's math there earlier was the approximate number, I should get 16 charcoal out of this. Something like that. No, I guess the one was already partly spent. Maybe. Alright, I got an oak sapling. Well, those trees become charcoal. I'm gonna go put that oak sapling up. Hashtag team trees. We're all about the arboriculture here. And if I didn't already tell y'all that I'm gonna dork out every now and again, tree content is prime content. The best content. I think we could use a tree right about here. Now we wait 100 years, and that should be a tree. For me to be entirely honest about my regard for Mr. Beast, I've perhaps only ever watched a video or so of his, but being a tree nerd, I did really appreciate Team Trees. I thought it was some cool stuff. Okie doke. Can't use planks to burn wood, but I could take. Let me throw that in there. I should be good. I'm gonna go see about all that wheat that I had planted earlier. Maybe feed those cows so we can get more cows. Hashtag stonks. So I'm looking at all this wheat, and unfortunately I don't have the experience to know which wheat are complete and which wheat are not. Clearly, green ones are not complete. I would think visually the dry ones are the ones you can harvest, and the yellowish ones are almost ready. That's my instinct. We'll see if it's right. I thought before that I was getting seeds. Oh yeah, I'm getting seeds still. I just didn't see them. Cool beans. Cool wheat. For reference, instead of butchering my username, you can just say Lynn or Faye. Your instincts are good. So is it Faye Lynn Feyra? So that would be the non-butchering pronunciation. Emblem HCR, still got the WA picture. Yeah, you know, Lil Zaros, it was based on that. Unfortunately, at the time when I made that Wheeler Arts that accompanied my photography project back in the day, at that time I had a program called Adobe Illustrator in which I could create vector art, and I made logos. The HTR that you see up as the logo on this page is a modest production from Microsoft Word Art. Era. Is there no... Alright, I'll roll with it. Fira it is. Or is it Fira? Fira. You'll correct me. There we go. Get some of those small cows in here. I'll Alright, there's one small cow. It doesn't look like I can gorge them on wheat to make a bunch. Yeah, okay. Either or. Don't even attempt it. Let's go with Faye then. We'll go with Faye. Alright, so the cows made another cow. We helped along the way. Let's throw some wheat in here for later use. And this is a secret item we'll use later. Alright. Probably make a couple more stone pickaxes before I go back down into the mine. That's not how you do it. Planks, it needs to be a stick. Right. Alright, let's get the planks out of the way. One, 2, 3. Let's go with 4. 5 pickaxes should be a good start. Stone axe. Did I say iron? I got 2 iron here smelted, so I need 3. So I need to go get 1 more iron ore before I can make a iron pickaxe, and then I'll get right to it. Yep. Cool. Should have a bunch of charcoal here. I'm gonna throw that on some sticks, make some more torches. We got a nice full stack of torches. Cool beans. Alright. Let's go attempt to find that mine. It was just on the border of town. Creeper. Splash. Alright, don't jump on the wheat. Don't jump on the wheat. I was spending all that time waiting on the wheat to grow. And there was another batch of it right there. That makes me realize I need to do a little bit more exploration of this town. Got some nice Final Fantasy remix going on here. Dig it. There we go. We'll make this a little bit more conspicuous here with torches. Let's throw them on the wells there. Boom. Alright, nice symmetry. And into the mines of Moria we go. Can you believe they call it a mine? A mine? Hope y'all appreciated that one. Get some Gimli quotes up in here. I'm gonna do a quick check just to see if I've been dropping any frames or beside. I think everything's been good. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm seeing that only 2% of them have dropped, so we're doing well. I dig it. Thanks for confirming that, Lodash. I think one of the things I'm going to want to do here is, because it seems like all the quality is good. Right now, I think my setting's in OBS, and I just couldn't find where it was earlier when I took a little bit of time. But there's a setting that swaps between low latency of getting information from Twitch versus normal latency, which is just less CPU taskage. But fortunately, because everything's holding together well, I think I can up that CPU taskage and be able to interact with the chat a little bit faster. I think that would be good for holding this conversation, because the delay makes me feel like I might be repetitively asking questions that y'all have already answered for me. I'm a head out. Well, thank you much, Faye, for joining, and good luck with the training this evening. I hope the class goes well. Alright, let's get a new stone pickaxe in here. What we're really trying to do is get an iron pickaxe. Gotta find some iron. But I'm trying to dig down at this angle because I know that the village is right on the other side of it. And with the pristine beauty of that village, I think it would really be a shame for this mine shaft to intersect and like approach one of those houses, and you have to fill in the void of the blocks that have been mined. I'm gonna avoid that. So I think I got a little distracted earlier when it came up, but Lodash, I was talking with you about the videos on your channel of Among Us from the Discord. Oh look, we've got some iron. And how funny those were. So I wanted to go in and I wanted to make some clips of it, but unfortunately, the humor of that situation unfolded over a period of minutes. And when I was trying to do a clip, it looked like a clip had to be something like a 20-second maximum or something. I mean, if I could figure that out where I could clip the entire scenario, because unfortunately it didn't really fit into like a 20-second segment, but I thought it was a good time. So if I could figure out how to clip a longer segment, I think I'd be glad to clip that. 60 seconds is the max, and that may have been what it was. But yeah, I think it was like the joke went on for like 3 minutes or something. No, more than that actually. Because essentially there were 2 full rounds of you imposter framing me. And I don't think that all fit within the span of a minute. But if you give me, really cut it and post it to YouTube. Yeah, I can do that. I went and found it the other day. I'd be happy to find it again for you. It was in the Among Us with Friends that was posted up. I looked at it recently, so it's probably like, it was 11 days when I looked, so at this point it's probably 12 or 13 days back on your channel. And I remember it was about halfway through the stream, but I'd be glad to find it again. Make the ceiling 1 block higher, you can run down. Thank you. I'm gonna get right on that because no one likes bonking their head. Bonk. Pro strats, Henry. Pro strats. I mean, it's all about the journey, not the destination. If I gotta bonk my head up every step and enjoy the mind that I've created, that's just what it is. All right. Efficiency. Yeah, efficiency in early game is important. I mean, efficiency in early game is what decides outcomes in late game. And if I'm ever hoping to do something like any percent glitchless, I'm gonna need to get good at moving quickly and knowing those kinds of things. So definitely important. I appreciate it. You know, I also, if I were trying to be efficient, I wouldn't be building a 3-wide mine shaft, but you know, this is going to be a survival where I might flex on resource acquisition later in, build some stuff like from all gathered materials rather than a, you know, creative based world in which all the materials are readily available or such and such. So making it pretty and maybe a little less efficient time-wise in the 3-wide is some time loss I'm willing to concede here. And Henry, I don't know if you're familiar with some of those videos I mentioned earlier and shared up in the Discord of Dream doing the speedrun versus hunters. But something that I saw that he was making a ton of use of that I thought was really cool in how fast he was playing the game was his use of flint and steel for like lighting. Like, you want to cook pork chop, don't spend all the time taking it to a stove, just like flint and steel the sheep, you know? Or I said pork chop, so that'd be a pig, not a sheep. I swear I did, in fact, go to and complete first grade. Yeah, I mean, it's like, why why spend the time cooking all the ingredients if right when you collect it, you can get it cooked right from the beginning? The time save right there. and we got that iron, but also, in my recklessness, it is nighttime. With it being nighttime, I sure as heck hope mobs don't trap me down here. Are those stars in the... I think those are stars. Minecraft really is a beautiful game. Alright. Cool. There's also, I went on speedruns.com because not that I'm thinking that I would score anywhere on the leaderboard, but I wanted to have some idea of like what the current times for any percent glitchless are, just as a point of comparison. And I look at them with like seeded worlds being, and of course it depends on the version that you play, but some of them being like the first place, the top places being like just over 2 minutes from start of game, any percent glitchless. So we're not saying like some crazy cheese strats, like they did any percent glitchless. And they finished beating the Ender Dragon like in under 3 minutes. So, I'm humble enough to say that I don't think I'll be approaching that anytime soon. But for the fun of the game, in the long term, I definitely do want to give an any percent glitchless speedrun a try, irrelevant of the time I get. It'll just be fun to do. Alright, let's get some iron here. And then, come next game day, there will be... Oh look, we got a spider. We'll be able to make an iron pickaxe. So that when we eventually find that ever-elusive diamond, we'll be able to collect it. Oh, yeah. And like I said, I'm taking this in like a pretty casual mindset here in the beginning. So, yeah, speedrunners, I admire the heck out of them, and I love watching it. And there's a YouTube channel, and I know he's on Twitch as well. Goes by Easyscape, and Easyscape is a pretty cool advocate of speedruns and tries to get the community into them. And one of the things I hear him say all the time is like, you know, it's really not about the time, it's about competing against yourself, which is true of so many things in life, of course. And now we're getting into a philosophical Twitch stream, not just Minecraft here on this channel. So just the fun of competing against yourself to see what time you can get. Something I think I'd enjoy doing. Hold on to those birchwood planks. Keep these as well, because I might end up making them into sticks for the purpose of making more torches down in the mine shaft. Yeah, let's do 12 for now. Oh, I didn't click and drag it. Is it like shift, control? Cool. That wasn't what I wanted to press, but we'll roll with it. We have a lot of iron pickaxes. I wanted to make one of those into a sword, but I'm messing around with hotkeys, and we overused our materials. Happened once, I'm sure it'll happen again. Let's just make all these ones into sticks. All the oak, and we'll leave the birch for other use, potentially. I mean, I've got some bread, I've got some potatoes, so I think I should be good on food for now, but one of these next times I resurface, I'm gonna take a look at livestock farming again and see if I can get that set up. Give the cows a little more wheat to see if they make more cows. I'll give them a visit on the way back down to the mine. Ah yes, the jumping on the bed mechanic. Alright. Oof. First fall damage of the game. Half a heart, but damage nonetheless. Alright. When I come back, there will be more cows. Now, why does this horse have to be outside of the... We'll let him roam free. Got work in the morning, so I'm going to head off. Great first stream. Be sure to keep posting stream times on Instagram or text me, and I'll try to tune in. Alright, thank you very much for joining, Lil Zaros. I appreciate the support. Appreciate you stopping in. I will do my best with that. Like I said, I'm expecting I'll be on again Friday evening, pretty much the same time. But I will let you know ahead of time anyway. So thanks for stopping in. Eventually I'll remember where this mine shaft is. I know I could just herb pull it, but why would we despoil the natural beauty of nature with some random nerd pull out here? Nice. Good suggestion, Henry. It's definitely faster to descend the mine shaft that way. So the stuff that falls is gravel, and if I understand, when you mine gravel, there is a chance of getting flint. Is it a combination of a block of, well, flint? Forgetting how you make steel in the game, but I will figure it out. Back a text message real quick. Spawned real quick. Letting that buddy know that I'm on here. Okay. Back to making the mine shaft. buddy may pop in. We'll see. He's at the gym, getting swole. Good for him. We'll see if he pops in later. If I'm still on when he gets back. We're must be getting near some rarer materials here soon. Much as I'm digging all the cobblestone, literally. I remember that after I had left the game, they went in and added all these, like, and perhaps I'm mistaken, but this is how I think it went. When I played back in the day, there weren't all the, like, diorite and andorite. And if I understand correctly, those are kind of like flavor blocks. You want your house to be made of some variant of stone, but natural color of cobblestone isn't to your taste. Get some andorite or diorite. Alright, we got our first lapis here. Nice. I think I have to use the iron pickaxe to actually collect those. Would you ever consider, you know, TAWF? I don't know what that is. Should I perform a quick Google to find out? Probably what stuff's going to be in the beginning is, you know, I'm not a full-on PC gamer. I'm using an Asus laptop right now, and so for the most part, anything that's going to have some like more complex requirements, I'll probably have to shy away from just because of that. But fortunately, right now, there's so many of these popular games that aren't kind of hit by that ceiling of technology access. Things like Minecraft are pretty low requirement unless you're getting into some of those higher level visual mods, and like Among Us is fantastically low in requirements on a system. I think really now is a phenomenal time to be getting into something like this and not having to worry about limitations of my computer's ability. I wonder if I'm digging all this, I start branching off to the side. It's a vehicle simulation game that doesn't require that nice of a setup. I'll check it out. Is it on, say, Steam? Does it run, like... I mean, it's probably not a Flash game with the fact that Flash support's dropping this year, but... what's it hosted from? We get some redstone. And this is where I admit that I'm truly in over my head with all the well-qualified redstone engineers that I do not rank amongst. But eventually I'll try to figure all this stuff out and see about things that I can maybe automate in the game to make things interesting. Fortunately, there are a wealth of people that I know who are exceedingly more competent than myself. And that's okay. I'm good with that. Seems that this level has been productive for our resource acquisition, so I'm going to go ahead and stay around this level for a little bit. If there are any knowledgeable players currently in the chat regarding Minecraft, I'm curious about opening like my coordinate page. I know that you can pop something up that'll essentially tell you your X, Y, Z coordinates. And I don't know the values off the top of my head, but I know, for instance, that like diamond can only be acquired within a certain range of values. F3, thank you. Maybe thank you. I don't think it's working. F3, do I have to hit the function key? Let's see. Let's check if it's a setting. Toggle perspective F5. Yeah, I don't see that in here. So I'm trying to hit F3, and it might be because actually I'm not entirely sure. Huh. You know. Alright, so the next question I would have is, this probably is Windows Edition. I was probably mistaken in the terminology that I was calling it. So to go from Windows Edition to Java Edition, I think that when I paid on the website that I got Java Edition, but I think that perhaps the way it like loaded or something when I purchased it from the page, maybe I'm entirely mistaken. Maybe I made an incorrect purchase. But if I'm playing in Windows right now and I want to jump into Java Edition, would I be able to transfer the stuff that I've done this evening over to that, or is it going to be like a fresh restart? If you know the answer to that. Yeah. So we'll get a random seed fresh world number 2 or something going on. You know. Or, and maybe for what I'm doing here, you know, this survival run, probably not pivotal to have access to coordinates. I think it's one of those things that'd be nice, but I think probably what I could do is say, like, you know, for the sake of what I'm doing right now with the survival run, I'll just make do with the Windows version. And then, like, for jumping to any other versions or runs, maybe then I bring in the Java edition if that's, you know, more user-friendly for being able to access certain control characteristics like the F3 menu. I have to figure out if that's a new purchase or what the situation is. Idea. Yeah, I'll give it a look. I just kind of quickly tried to figure out what the correct purchase would be when I made that purchase on like Monday or so when I downloaded it. And it is entirely within the realm of possibility that I made a fool's mistake in selecting the non-optimal program. Who knows? we'll just Bob Ross it and say it's a happy little mistake. We've got a stream that's going. I'll figure the rest out later. Now, I know that since I've turned the music on, I've been enjoying it, and it seems like the level's all good. If y'all have any feedback, I imagine probably people would have brought it up if there were an issue. That's bedrock. I make it to the bottom already. Dang. Alright, well, let's clear out that ceiling so I don't hit it every time I jump. Time's flying. Like I said, I was going to be on here Central Time like 5:30 to 8:30. It's already like 7:50. And if there's anything I recall about Minecraft, it's that the illusion of time goes out the window as soon as you turn it on. You've dug one mine shaft and 2.5 hours have passed in a blink of the eye. Really a perplexing phenomenon. Yep. I see that you're not gone, Faye. Apparently your phone stopped lagging and you jumped back in with us. Leads me to believe you're stuck with the Windows edition unless you buy another license for the Java. Well, if that's what it is, that's what it is. Which is to say that if I've got to put that cost into it to do well, a $30 investment on a game like Minecraft, which gives such a almost unending amount of time that you can sink into it, is definitely a cost I can justify. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know. It might even be a little silly to say that like the 2 hours that I've put into this game is like worth anything, but I'm having a good time here, so yeah, I mean, it's a loss of $30. I'll have to think about it. Not to say that I'm comfortable with just like throwing money in ways that it doesn't need to be thrown or anything, but I'll look into it. I should probably just be throwing all this cobblestone away, but I was gonna need a second chest at some point anyway, so we'll keep it for now. We'll trash it all later. Yeah, I want to build a roof. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm one of the people who likes to be able to see the environment around me. So anytime I build a roof, I like to make it out of glass. Conveniently, I have all this sand here. So I will chuck a glass roof and then we'll throw a glass roof on the top of the house. If that's ill-advised, let me know before I actually get it done. I feel like I haven't been eating food in the game, and oddly enough, my hunger meter's still full. Not anything I'd be anywhere near tempted to complain about, but just an observation. I know the trick about just make sure that your walls are tall enough. Yeah, they're only 2 blocks, so if I understand correctly, I think that would mean that like a creeper or a zombie or a skeleton could not clear the walls, but that a spider could? Tell me if I'm wrong. A spider clear 2 blocks. Doggo is just waiting around to be befriended. I'll come back for him soon enough. We're gonna make some more cows. Okay, so 2 versus 3 wouldn't matter for the spiders then. So the glass roof should be fine. I guess just the trouble about glass is that if you decide to move it, like once you place glass, it's either there or you break it if you try to collect it. If I remember correctly. There's not... Oh, hi. What would I press to interact with a villager? There we go. I give him 3 emeralds, so give me a cactus. Doesn't feel like a ripoff at all. Or I give him a cactus to get something. It looks like he wants emeralds for a cactus, and I might not be any trade wizard, but I don't think that math works out. Oh, I collected the wrong wheat. Oh. So maybe I'll try. Whoop. Making some bone meal. Figuring out just how much of a difference that makes in the grow time. Not that I'm really checking back in on it all that often. We'll give it a shot. So, put like 10 of these in here. Oh, it's full. That's how it works. I thought it was going to be something where I had to like leave it there for X amount of time and then it would compost. Learning. I'm going to put some of these potatoes in there just so I can finish this one out. There we go. 2 bone meal. 1 bone meal for each stage of growth, I think. Yeah, man. Old MacDonald making a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Hope you got some good time chilling with the wife and... So then if I just click this on the thing, then magic. Cool. Got the Kingdom Hearts remix going. See, but now if I make a roof, I'm gonna have to use the door. And oh, how I enjoy jumping around without using a door. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're not gonna have quite enough. Oh, see, within the mental capacity I'm burning to think about stuff, I read Young Surge, and replied like I was talking to, hey Sean. Sorry about that confusion there, Young Surge. You did not, in fact, go spend time with your wife when you left. So, I want to gather more sand so I can finish off that roof. Yeah, it's low. But it's made of glass, so I'm not going to build it higher. What I could do alternatively is move the floor down at this point. That if the low ceiling is an issue, we just dig into the ground. Also, for all the torches I've put down, I've yet to put any in the house because I haven't been staying in the house at night. I've either been using the bed or, yeah, using the bed. Let's eat some potatoes. That's what this game's about. Alright. I think, given this river between, I'm gonna want to come in and like put a bridge so that I don't have to keep jumping through the water to get to where my house is. I think it'd be nice to like span a bridge from there to there so that this trek I keep making would be a lot more convenient. So maybe what I do, how would one build a nice fancy bridge? I know you can make railings out of wood, which I'd probably use for the side of the bridge. And then some variant of wood-based items. I just have to get that all figured out. Throw some torches up in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. For this space, that's all the torches I'm gonna do. Well, I waited on the sand to burn. Yes, again, thank you for everyone tuning in. I really appreciate it and all the feedback y'all have been giving. This is, I'm sure, infinitely more fun than had I just hopped on here and started trying to figure out Minecraft all over again, in a dark room, staring at my computer, talking to no one. Thank you. I didn't write it myself, but I'm enjoying it as well. Brewing stand, that's what that is. So I thought it was, but... So if I wanted to make potions, that's the place. Well, all that glass gets made. Oh. Stone cutter. Whatever the use of that would be. Huh. He wants 10 clay for a... Yo, am I right to understand that 10 clay to be traded for an emerald is pretty sweet deal? Or do I misapproximate the value of clay? Hopefully not. Is that no, I don't miss? That's a bad deal? Oof. Alright, so what would the good deal be? And how rare is clay? Is clay like some valuable commodity? Unlike in the real world? Got a bunch of stonecutters here apparently. Our potatoes are all done. Clay's rare, good to know. Where would you obtain clay? Because I don't know that, and I'm going to use this excuse for a lot of the things I don't know, but I don't know that clay was in the game back when I played. May have been. It's just annoying because it's underwater. Gotcha. Good to know. Sure, I'll just, might as well. Running around, potatoes in hand, having a jolly good time. It's interesting. I see on Twitch in that little scroll I've got going in the bottom right that I have 5 followers. Not 5 followers, 5 viewers. But I wonder if there's any way to tell who the current viewers are. Click around here in OBS. I'd be curious. Something to be figured out another time. You can see who's in the chat. Is that what I just click stream chat? Right. Oh, I see there's a Commander Root. We got Gross Toast here in the chat. I don't know that I said hi to him joining, but if you're on watching, much appreciated. Cool. Yeah, I got some people in here, names I don't recognize, who I haven't seen typing, but for any of the people in the chat that I have not addressed, thanks for joining. Got it. It's not necessarily. Gotcha. Alright, so that is a low ceiling, and that's probably a problem, so I'm going to dig out the base here. We got a little more height for movement. Which I think more than anything is going to be an aesthetic thing, but we'll roll with it. Sure would be nice if that chest just fell down. Relocated itself to a level that I wanted it to be at. And check on the music. I think it dropped off. It's probably doing the, are you here? Can you confirm that you are in fact here? Oh, it was just an hour of music. Alright, let's try a different one. Get some more stuff going. All right. It's 3 blocks sufficient. Yeah, I think 3 blocks will be good. Is the furnace gonna break if I don't mine it with? Yeah, let's do it faster. Cool. Thanks for letting me know. Y'all are just having such a good time that you decided fun for the whole family. All right. Yep. All right, so we need to put the furnace back down and the bed. I'll do that management in a second. All right, time to play some pick me up here. I guess now I should build some form of stairs to actually access that floating door. Six lives left. Is that the sister we said was going to be following momentarily? I appreciate you joining in. Alright. Let's put those potatoes in, the bone meal, that. Coal. Charcoal. That for a little bit. Yeah, well, you all have me on speakerphone, don't you? So it's just gonna go from one to the other. Cobblestone. That. Birch logs away for now. The egg and the granite. See about figuring out how to make some stairs. I don't think that would be here. This one probably. Yeah, cobblestone stairs. Nice. There we go. And now enjoy the rain on the glass ceiling. And that's why we use glass ceilings. What did I learn? Yep, learning all the time. What was it I learned in this occasion though? see. I want to go back over to the mine shortly and get some more iron. This is something I wanted to figure out. I need to get flint. Oh, making the stairs, I imagine. Yeah, I'm working it out. Bit by bit. Okay. So I want to start working on, while it's raining and I'm not going outside, start working on stuff to make that theoretical bridge that I'm gonna build from here across the river. Oh yeah. Yep. Thanks for the tip. Let's see. Wood planks, wood slab, some near the wheat farm. Yeah, gravel's usually near water is what I understand. So I can already make a trapdoor. I know I mentioned that earlier, so let's make a trapdoor. And then use that trapdoor to make a disposal here in the corner. And just put stuff down there and then get rid of it. Like this block of sand. Say that's going to be the first example. So, I think if I press Q there, then it's down there. As long as I don't walk over it, shouldn't pick that back up, and then it'll just despawn. Instead of needing to put some dangerous lava in the way or something like that. I suppose instead of running back and forth between the house and the mine, I could probably just put some doors on the mine. And as long as I have all those torches over there so that mobs don't spawn, I can just dig for longer before coming back over here and keep doing this repetitive run back and forth. Probably what I'll do to be a little more efficient. Okay. Make some fences. 6. I want more than that. Alright. Make some planks. And then, to build a bridge, should the bridge just be made out of slabs? It's chill music to clean a room and relax with. Glad you're enjoying it. I don't know what this sound is going on around me. Some kind of environmental sound. And I'm gonna like stumble upon a creeper that's gonna blow my place up or something. It's a mystery. Oh, there you are. Go in the house, close the door. Okay. Fallen Order. Hey, we're all being bad at our own thing. I'm being bad at Minecraft. There's some badness at Fallen Order. Gross Toast, I wouldn't want to assume that you're bad at cleaning the room, but who of us enjoys cleaning a room? Thank you. I didn't know that was the sound effect of the Enderman, but I knew it was a little weird. Alright, let's make some more of these, because the way I'm thinking to build the bridge, I'm going to want sides of it that are going to be made out of fences, and then I'm going to just do some planks across. So it'll be a pretty simple bridge, but it'll do the trick. Alright, I think here in a moment, actually, let's take advantage of the rain right now. I am going to step away from the computer, let this run. I'm going to be back in just a moment, but after drinking all that tea, I need a quick break. So I'm going to throw this over to a pause screen, and I'll be... I'm going to throw this to a pause screen, but I'll be right back shortly. Alright.
Back in Boston, you didn't know what to do. So, she says, let's just wait it out. You know, we can be all poetic and just lose our minds together. I wasn't alone. So, I'm still waiting for my turn. Hey, wait. Hey, wait.
Alright, and we're back. Cool. If there's anything I've learned in the time of watching Twitch streams myself, if you take a break, and it's not quite long enough, people start to build conspiracies as to whether or not you wash your hands. In these times of COVID, I made sure that before I came back, these hands are clean. Also checked my phone while I was away for a moment, and I want to say congratulations to 6 Lives Left. I got a text saying that she drove to work by herself today, which, as she's getting more comfortable with driving, proud of her. Glad to hear it. You're not supposed to call me out. Come on. Yeah, sometimes acknowledging that your actions are incredibly intentional draws question into whether or not they're um, entirely accurate to your actual actions, right? Okay. So the next goal is get back over in these times of COVID. I turn my camera off and mute myself. Oh yeah. Y'all nailed it. You know how I talked about Twitch conspiracy theories? I'm glad that right from the first chat, we're taking part in the noble tradition of exactly that action. Proud that I can keep up with the trends of the website. Alright, so I know I've worn down one pickaxe, it's raining, I want to get back over to the mine. I've also got a bunch of birch fences, but I want to also go knock some trees down, particularly birch trees, so I can make a nice bridge here. So let me that's not what I wanted. My brain went on autopilot there for a second. Let's make 2 stone axes. I'm sure that's sufficient. And let's that around. Yeah, as long as I wash my hands between the interaction with any other individual, I will sneeze on my keyboard as much as I want. And I will not accept judgment from others in regards to my decision to do so. No. A sneeze apologist. Hey, you know, I'm not even gonna make the joke because I feel like it's bad taste. Something, definitely wear my mask, covering my nose. Some extra lubrication for the keys. Yeah. You know, with all these hotkeys I'm using, I just had to cool them down with a little bit of sneeze juice. I'll let y'all mull over that joke for a moment. And then I'll lose sleep tonight thinking about the fact that I said those words just now. No. I was expecting I'd get a pretty quick reply for the silliness of that comment. I think with the fact that each of these pieces of wood is going to multiply out to 4 planks, that I'm probably about where I need to be for building that bridge. If I understand correctly, I can just make planks in the inventory. Yeah. Got 15. Yeah, we should have everything we need here. Alright, so where's the bridge going to span from? It's a little too far upriver, methinks. Might even end up building a couple of them. Bridge across here would look nice, but I also know that I actually tend to cross. Yep, I actually walked back around behind my house. So I want to build the bridge from like here over to there. So there, across the water. Yeah. So I can clear all this stuff out, and there'll be a more obvious path of how to get over here. All right. Bridge time. So if I press this, is that the right one? Is it for sneak mode? How did I set it? I have to hold it to see? Weird. That's not great. I want to be able to walk and not fall off without having to hold down the key. You get the funny looking dirt. Yeah, that's if I want it to stay funny looking. I was just trying to clear it out of the way. I wasn't really trying to gather it. But, good to know. I was just moving it so that walking from the house over toward the bridge, there would be a clear pathway that didn't like go up and down. A sufficiently large bridge. I'll put some fences along the side here. Oh, look, so close. There we go. Wait, what's the... To make those, I need to be back at a crafting table. Got it, can't make them in inventory. There we go. Yeah, that's more than enough. Cool. Bridge, bridge, bridge. Bye, bridge. Hello, water. We'll throw some dirt on that. As the old saying goes. Throw some dirt on it. It'll be just fine. We got some lyrics again. Alright, cool. Oh, hi, drowned guy. Back in the water. Oh, he's in the water, it's just the water's up here now. Nope, I don't want to die. Let's see, eat some food. Hope that that guy's not standing around the corner to kill me again. Yeah, he tried to track me down and got burned up in the sunlight. Yeah, maybe I just make a nice waterfall beside the bridge. Let's do that. That'd be neat.
Why does it feel like I lost?
And the mine was somewhere over here, but every time I go to look for it, I lose track of exactly where it is. It's right down here. It's pretty much going to be jump up, cross the bridge, hang a right. I'm going to make some kind of trail that leads to it. Cool. Let's throw some of these materials back in. Take a swim real quick. Oh. Lodash, if you're still in the chat, I recall that the other day you had said that yourself and Dalen watched something like up to episode 3 or so of Jujutsu Kaisen. Have you had any chance to watch any more of it since then? Sorry, I was wrong there. But no more since. Gotcha. Yeah, when I jumped into it, I started watching the sub because I think that's what came up by default on Crunchyroll. So I think I watched just episode 8 yesterday morning, because I don't have a 8 account or anything, so I wait. for the active week to go up the next week. Let's see. I was thinking to make those doors. Let me make doors. Hey, I gotta say, when they get around to the dub of it, I think that even though you're 2 episodes in, it is definitely like it continues to be good quality. So I'm really glad that Mr. Grosstoast suggested it. Glad that I took the time to check it out because it's a solid anime and I'm interested to see where it goes. One of the things I think I've particularly enjoyed about it is that they like making a lot of referential humor. So there's a lot of things that, like, if you partake in other nerd fandoms, which I think, like, who doesn't? You're welcome. It was a compliment that was owed, so. Gotcha, dude. Well, thanks for joining for now. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so what I was going on about there is that it seems like they make really good use of referential humor, which is like my favorite. So if you notice any things now and again, they like making all these subtle homages to different things that the common internet cultured individual would appreciate. Let's see, let's make some. Oh, I got planks. Whoop. That's not what I wanted. I want to make a door, but that's not how you make a door. And I actually have birchwood doors back in the storage.
You ever have that feeling where you're not sure if you're awake or still dreaming?
Love lo-fi and its consistent posing of vast existential questions. Do you ever have that feeling where you don't know if you're awake or dreaming? Thank you, lo-fi playlist. Of course. Let's see, let's throw some wooden blocks over top of this to cap it off. And we'll put some doors up front. So you want to talk about? Yeah, so first of all, I guess as far as I have seen, people in the chat are people that I know, so I'm glad that they've joined in. But as far as what I do, broadly put, and I would be more than happy to go into specific details if people are interested, but not to make this any like big about me for people that pretty much already know me to some degree. I do hearing research. I am by trade a clinical audiologist. So I study human perception of sound and impairments in sound perception. Specifically, what I work with are auditory prostheses like cochlear implants. One of the goals of the research that I do is for people who are using those devices better treatment outcomes with them. So there are issues like people who go through these pretty extensive surgeries and windows of rehabilitation end up getting outcomes that, aren't anything really too comparable to normal hearing, which is to say that if someone lost their hearing or was born without it, so they would be categorized as what we would call deaf or hard of hearing. Certain individuals, depending on the condition that caused that hearing loss, would be able to get something like a cochlear implant. But they don't make hearing like what normal hearing is. There's a pretty stark contrast between the signal and the experience they get with sound and what a person with normal hearing gets. So I'm working to bridge that gap, and specifically some of the areas that I'm interested in are bridging the gaps in how they perceive music relative to individuals with normal hearing. And my recent research has to do with how they can perceive emotion that's in the voice. So like if you're talking to someone, one of the important things is not what people say. And there's this saying, it's like, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So what I'm doing work to figure out is how do we characterize acoustic cues and sound that trigger people to perceive one emotion over another. And there's some pretty nifty implications of like, if I can manage to figure that out in my career. Let's say, for example, if someone were working in a call center, like customer service, and I finally got that Flint. And there's managers that don't want to have to check in on all the calls, but if the line could monitor the voice of the people calling in, and it detected when the voice of the person is angry, they could say like, oh, maybe we need to escalate this situation. So if I can figure out what the salient cues that encode certain emotions are, we can create AI that allow computers to reproduce human emotion. For anyone that's heard synthetic speech, like robot speak or like text to speech, you'll know that it always sounds pretty robotic. It doesn't sound quite like a human voice, and there's that entire concept of the uncanny valley that pretty much says like, if something is not at all human-like, then we just say like, oh, clearly that's robotic, not a problem, we know it's a robot. But the closer it gets towards being human-like, and it's not perfectly human-like, then it actually becomes pretty disturbing. If it's... And it's the same thing of like seeing certain kinds of faces on characters where you're like, that just doesn't look quite right. Looks like a human, but there's something a little off. Polar Express. You nailed it. Tom Hanks in every role, and especially that kid on the train. They just don't look quite like people, and so you watch it and a little unsettling. But the same thing occurs for, things aside from faces. It's also the human voice. It's like if you have some robot trying to express human speech and it's not quite there, it's got the same issue of the uncanny valley. So when we understand what it is that allows people to perceive emotion, we can recreate emotions. And unfortunately, as far as the work that I do, when you have grant-funded stuff or you're trying to be competitive about research, there's only so much you can discuss before it becomes actually bad to discuss it. Because there's some amount of privacy involved in having a grant where you're under an obligation to not talk about exactly what your research is if you have certain kinds of monetary funding for the research. But also, depending on what you're doing, there's a risk of what's called scooping, which is to say that no community, scientific or otherwise, is always completely golden in their morals. So if I were to say exactly in utterly clear terms what it were that I do with research in a public atmosphere like this, where it gets recorded on Twitch, and then someone can come along and view it, because it's on the internet, then unfortunately, companies or other entities could essentially come in and abuse the concepts that I'm talking about to use them for their own profit, rather than the academic merit of how they might help people out in the real world. Do things like slap copyright laws on treatment methods that should be publicly available. So there is some level of... Oh yeah. I'll ramble that off for y'all shortly. We'll do that in the after party chat, just social security numbers flying around. Yeah, so the whole thing about that is, when I talk about the work that I do, there's only such a level that I can describe it in. Official Fizz, or Off a Cow Fizz, it's close. Thanks for following. I don't recognize you by name, so if you'd like to join in the chat and talk with some people, I'd appreciate it. Always good to have more people joining in and having fun here. If you just joined in, to give you an update on what's going on currently, we're playing some Minecraft survival, so I just created a randomized world when I got on. And I'm going in just with the intent of gathering up some resources, and my goal is to progress through the... Dude, day one. And yeah, thanks for that, young Surge. You're doing pretty well yourself for just having started on Monday, you know? You got all the, you've got all that Super Smash Bros. Melee community marveling at your stream, watching those Pikachu skills, so you're doing pretty good too. But what we're doing here today is starting up a solo survival in this world, gathering some resources, building some stuff that's going to help further along, and the ultimate goal here is going to be... Oh, thank you, Official Fizz. Hey, I really appreciate the raid. Thanks for bringing people in here. Glad to have y'all. We're just having some fun here, getting... Thank you for the follow. I appreciate everyone joining in here. I don't know people by username, so if you're people that I happen to know, I'd be glad to talk with you specifically, but all I've got here are usernames. So thank you very much for joining. I appreciate y'all jumping in. Very kind of you to bring people over to the channel. So thank you MBM for the follow, I appreciate it. So we're doing some survival here. I mean, end goal for people who are familiar with Minecraft is that I'd like to get to the Ender Dragon. Right now I'm playing on PC, so today is the first day that I've ever played Minecraft on PC, or even streamed. This is first stream. So this is a very new experience for me. I'm having a good time. We've got a lot of people joining in here, and it's a good social experience. So things are going well, and I appreciate all the support going on today. It's really encouraging. So today's my first time playing around with the stream. If anyone in the chat sees anything that they think could be improved upon, whether that's in interaction, gameplay, OBS layout, what y'all see on the screen right now, feel free to drop it in the chat. I'm pretty receptive. I don't know that things are going to be perfect from day one, but you know, I'm looking to improve on it, and things are fun here. We've got some, you know, the chill lo-fi TM going here. Much as I like Minecraft music, it seemed like with its ambient nature, it just ebbs and flows in a way that you can never predict, and we had a bunch of silent windows going on. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Gargonzola, I have not actually played Minecraft in a number of years. So I played it back in the day on PlayStation with some family and friends around the house, but I have, say, for years now been away at college, completed undergrad and a clinical doctorate of audiology. Now, during times of COVID, I find myself a little bit bored, and instead of just sitting around playing games with myself, I thought it would be cool to hop on Twitch, get on PC so I could more easily stream instead of getting some kind of capture card to go from PlayStation or beside to a computer. Yeah, so this is my first time, and I just thought it would be fun to share with the community. Um, so I put in a little bit of legwork to figure out things about OBS, but like, don't play for this up. Yeah, so I actually really just started looking into streaming and everything on like Sunday, and then I made my mind up on Monday and started getting OBS and laying stuff out for how I wanted it to be, how I thought would be good, and based on streamers that I've watched and enjoyed, I tried to what um beans. I'll pretend I know what's going on there. I was getting a sound there. Do you have some kind of mob on the other side of the wall? Maybe we have an Enderman chilling out here. So, Official Fizz, you're bringing people in from your own channel. Do you stream a particular kind of content? Where are you coming in from? I appreciate you bringing everyone over here. I'd love to, learn some more about your channel and see if I could, maybe send some people your way sometime. If things go well on this side, Alright. Just meandering down halls here, looking for more valuable minerals. And for all the time, I've got a measly 6 iron. Popping back to the overworld soon. Nice. Yeah, definitely variety's good. I think that there's, it seems like from a outside perspective before that there's a robust community of individuals that play Minecraft, and it's always been, to my perception, pretty well supported on Twitch, which I've been glad to see. But there's all these things going on now that it seems like are just really gaining traction, things like Among Us. And so this channel, this being my first stream, I'm playing some Minecraft here, but I think I've got that sort of PG, but not really. It's debatable. Yeah, I've got the same thing. I don't know if when y'all popped in, if you got any discretion about mature content. There's actually, I would say, been zero mature content since I've got on. But I was raised by 2 sailors, so in my casual language, that might slip out more times than others. I think I'm being on good behavior today because it's first stream, but I feel you on that. So yeah, I mean, games like Among Us, they seem to, for one, they're fun, and for two, it's pretty amazing the community following that it got in such a short time, and maybe some of that's burning off a little by now, but even still, like the residual that's going on there, there's clearly a lot of games that could be done. Do you have any specific thoughts on the variety that you might do? Or you're just thinking down the line and trying to figure it out at this point? Ah, first gold. Nice. I'll have to check your channel out after this, see what that, I get that the people that you brought over here maybe thought that PG comment was a little a little funny. And hey, Official Fizz, if you have any advice from an experienced Minecraft streamer to an inexperienced individual, you think he died? I hope not. Casually. It's possible. We'll see if he jumps back in. Yeah, any advice, I would love to hear it. I'm new here, so anything I can learn, I'm glad to learn. Thinking down the line, not sure what I'll decide to play, but who knows. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, when you make that decision, it'll be cool to see. So I'll keep an eye out and see what you're doing. I really appreciate you dropping in today. So that's the absolute least I can do. Gargonzola, as far as Minecraft knowledge, in playing, I'd say I'm pretty rusty, but I watch a fair amount of Minecraft content. It's one of those things where motor memory really helps with things. So like, if you were to throw a 3x3 at me and just say like craft something, I wouldn't say that I'm like dependable on knowing the schematic. But as far as like knowing about withers, knowing about the wither, knowing about the ender dragon, knowing about ender pearls, blaze rods, the nether, there's no surprises to me in Minecraft as far as I know. There might just be like mechanics that I'm not aware of. Like I don't really have any grasp of, like, I'm no redstone engineer, that's for sure. The last time that I had played Minecraft was like so many updates back that actually a lot of stuff that's in here now is pretty foreign to me. And when I say like pretty far back, I mean the last time that I actively played was probably like 5 years ago. So Official Fizz, I actually had that conversation with one of my audience earlier. I had thought the other day when I purchased the version that I had gotten Java, but it seems like I might actually be running Windows 10 edition. Because like if I want to go in, that's so far back though, yeah, 5 years. I mean, within the context of like a 26-year life, it's a sizable portion of my life so far. 5 years back. It's a doctorate and some change ago. Yeah, so I think I've got the Windows edition, and that was a little bit of a bummer because I was trying to see if I could bring up coordinates to figure out like my XYZ coordinates, figure out if I was within the range of where I could be finding stuff like diamonds. In attempting F3, F2, whichever it is, I think it's F3. But in attempting to do that, I think we realized that I don't have that edition. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. So if I've got to throw like $30 at it to get the right version, I'm having a good time. I can do that. Not that I want to like dismiss $30 and act like that's not money, because it is, but I'm having good enough of a time that if I've thrown $60 into it overall, the amount of hours that you get out of something like Minecraft, I can justify that. It's part of the business model. Oh yeah. We'll set it up so they accidentally get the wrong version, and then we'll invite them to pay for the correct version. Roast Toast, you are on to the scheme. And if you have a Windows or Microsoft representative show up at your house with us, we're not going to get into, no, we're not going to go down that rabbit hole, because that becomes mature content. We'll filter that. But needless to say, sometimes certain knowledge should not be advertised. You got me. Yes. Oh, Windows all the way. And if anyone takes that as an insult, I apologize, but I'll do Apple here. Not my style. Which is not to say that I'm any Windows fanboy or anything, but I find that the user friendliness of Apple is a bit of a detractor to me, because I like to be able to go in and access and modify things pretty freely without having to dig around in menus. Okay. So you got that flint and steel. I'll carry that around. We'll save that tool for later. So got some redstone. Really at this point I think I just want to keep mining around down there, get my hands on some diamond to really make that next jump in materials. I think that's where I'll pour my time for now. So we'll make a couple more iron pickaxes and keep going at it. For the pause menu I can tell you. Yeah, let's give that a shot. Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, I know that I'm running it out of like Windows because this is like the Xbox profile thing that they do on Windows. So I'm pretty sure that tells us that it's Windows mode. If you, yeah. So I don't know exactly how that purchase worked. I thought I was getting something like Java Edition, but if I need to go in and correct my purchase or like clear that up, I'll try to get over to Java. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So I'll end up moving over to Java, but I might end up just playing through. So y'all see that I have this follower goal in the bottom left. So right now I'm playing through Windows Edition. Hey, Six Lives, thanks for joining. I appreciate you being here. And I'll catch up with you later. So I'm playing through just solo survival right now. I want to de-rust and kind of learn about the mechanics in the more current version after all these years. But my end goal is, you know, if I get enough of a justification here, and it's something I want to do in the long run anyway, to look into getting into modes like Skyblock or speedrunning, something like any percent glitchless. Clearly I haven't got like the tactile control or even the knowledge right now to do that, but my hope is that, you know, with some more experience, whether or not it's a fast speed run, it's definitely not going to be on the leaderboards, but I think it would be fun to give a go. So I'm putting that up as a goal to say that, you know, I'm going to do the solo survival now to de-rust and kind of get acquainted with it again, and then get around to giving speedrunning a go. Definitely going to have to be a lot more efficient with things like hotkeys if I go to do that, though. So I don't need to bring the gold along with me. Let's throw that here. Or the redstone. I'll probably end up finding more and just end up taking up a spot. Yeah, Lodash, I was surprised, but we got raided by Official Fizz. Official Fizz is a Minecraft streamer who's looking into getting into some variety. Lodash is also a streamer, variety streamer, who, as I understand, has done, you know, we've done some Among Us together. And then you've recently done some Nancy Drew. And I believe there was another video type in Lodash. If you want to share what that is in the chat, you know, maybe some people would be interested. I don't recall quite off the top of my head there. But I know at least Among Us and Nancy Drew to this point. Okay, so we got some more iron pickaxes. I could probably do with getting together a couple more torches for going back down in there because I'm running pretty low on them. Also, another bad thing about Bedrock is there are a lot of yeah. Right. So the end goal is I'll probably play through this solo survivor here on the Bedrock just because I have it going. And even though I only have like 4 hours into this, some Elite Dangerous, I doubt I'll continue. Gotcha. Oh, was Elite Dangerous that time that... It's Elite Dangerous that like I don't know how I'd describe it. It was that shooter game where you were in a spacecraft flying around and trying to take out certain targets. But that being said, I'll probably go through this solo survival on this one just to make use of the fact that I purchased it and, you know, I've got a handful of hours into this. Yeah, it's the space trucking sim. Cool. Make use of this purchase, and then I'll purchase Java and, you know, essentially move everything over to there because of the control options that it gives. So I'll make use of this purchase for now, but I think aside from this one solo survival that I'm doing on here, I'll probably move everything over to Java. But I'm definitely glad that people brought it up so I didn't get too invested in doing everything on this edition. Good to know, because now I can correct for it. It was absolutely my goal that I was going to make more torches, and then I went scatterbrain. We'll pop back up for torches in a second. Oh, some iron. Not as blue as what I would like to be gathering, but I'll take it. Not sure if you're more of a loner type or streamer or not, but if you like, sometime I could join you and play. Yeah, so Gargonzola. Right now, my intent was to jump on and get into doing this solo at first. You know, like I'm an introvert, but if I'm getting on Twitch, it's like you gotta get by some of that. So the reason that I'm starting off with this is just to not be so much baggage in a multiplayer as much as like actually contributing and not needing to ask the other player a bunch of questions. So it is totally my intent that after a little bit I want to start up some multiplayer and do things and engage with other people, because I actually think like one of the things that I'm going to find more fun about being on Twitch, and really the motivation for why I'm on Twitch, is to engage with people. That like it's not just time sitting in my room staring at the screen. Like if I'm going to be on doing stuff, like let's have some fun and interact with people. And I think with streaming, and this is my perception of it, and it's not to say that there aren't some like individuals who are like great one-man shows, but I'll say that for myself, I think there are aspects of my personality that actually come out more when I'm interacting with other people. So I think that like if I'm trying to make a good impression on viewers, like I'm gonna have more of a fun time if I'm playing with other people rather than just like playing through myself and being like, okay, here's the next task I need to do, here's the next task I need to do. So yeah, definitely thank you. If that's something you want to look into in the long run, like I said, I'm still pretty new to Twitch and the dynamics of everything on that and how things work. But if you want to send me a friend request so that we can keep tabs on that and look at getting around to that later, I'd be happy to accept you on there, and we can look at doing that in the long term. Also, I'm making, it's actually nearly done, a Discord. So I put one together, and my goal is to make that accessible to people on the stream. And in fact, if it would be possible to share a message in this chat, I might actually drop y'all a link, have you join it, and see what you think if anyone wants to join in on that Discord. Now it's pretty fresh, I just started making it, so I think there's going to be some stuff to clear up on it. Let me go ahead and grab a link, see if I can drop an invite or something here. It's my first time modding a server on my own. I think I've put it together decently. I'd be glad to have some more people in here. Okay. Invite people. I'm going to put it so that it expires in a day, and then I'll drop it here in the chat, and anyone who wants to jump in, you'll be welcome. I'll give y'all a heads up that right when you join in, I do have an embargo on people joining, that from the moment you join, you're pretty much not going to be able to interact with the server as far as posting for about 10 minutes. I figure that's probably on the safe side for if I'm making something publicly accessible. But after that, should be able to participate. And I have different levels of membership set up in there. Like I have what I call stream guest, channel guest, which are like personal friends that I add into the chat who, you know, I want to be able to see certain chats in there that aren't publicly available to anyone who might come along. But yeah, if we get into streaming together and stuff, like I'd be happy to throw some roles around so that we can get into some private chats and be able to stream audio while we play, you know, converse with one another if you've got a microphone, and have that up rather than having to go back and forth through the chat, right? But yeah, if y'all want to jump in there, we can definitely work something like that out. Now, I'm trying to work out something like a schedule. Right now, some people have asked, like, how often and like what times are you going to be streaming? I have to admit that for right now, it's going to be a little inconsistent, or at least I expect that it's going to be, because I am a PhD student, and I have a lot of academic obligations right now that I have to see to, and you know, I'm pretty well reasonable and accountable for the stuff that I achieve while I'm in that program. So I have to put a reasonable amount of time into that to make sure I'm performing with school. But I'm going to try to work something out like a fairly consistent schedule if it's, you know, Friday evenings and Sunday midday, or maybe midweek like this. So I'm going to work out exactly what that is. But if you're a regular Wednesday Twitch joiner, that might coincide pretty well. But we'll work it out. And once y'all join into that Discord, if you get in there and you find that anything could maybe make it more functional, more accessible, or for better use of a community, feel free to discuss that in something like the... Alright, we got our first diamond. You know what I need to do? I need to get some kind of sound effect, because that's a big win. And we've made a lot of progress right there. But what I was saying is, if y'all hop in that Discord and you see anything that could be improved upon to make it more functional, let me know. I'd be happy to work it out and make sure it's working optimally for interaction in there. Bling. Yep, thank you, Kayshawn. Bling indeed. This is what it's all about. I said it was all about potatoes earlier. I'm gonna stand by that because the Irishman in me loves some damn potatoes. But potatoes don't shine in quite the same way as some diamonds do. On Discord, we can see. Hey, well, Gargonzola, thank you very much for joining at the time, for the time you were able to. I really appreciate y'all being here and showing the support, especially on, you know, this being my first stream. It's, like I said, it's really encouraging. So glad to have y'all in here. And with that, I think I also need to say that for myself, probably before too long here, I'm going to need to get off. I'd initially anticipated being on and streaming until about 8:30 Central Time. Not that that's any hard deadline because I'm still going, but we're like 40 minutes past that now, which is okay. I'm having a good time. But want to take care of some obligations before the evening's out. You know, I was having a good time conversing, and I didn't realize that our chill lo-fi music ran out. So I'm going to throw some more on here so we can keep the stream being fun to listen to. Cool. Alright, sounds good. Tell him. Alright, so unless this goes vertical, I think we got 3, 4. It goes vertical. Nice. Am I the only one that does this? It's like, hey, I got diamond. Let me mine all around it to just take in the experience of what I have here before I actually mine any of the diamond. Is that just a me thing? You gotta marvel at your bounty first and then... Yeah. Good to know. Not alone on that one. So I think that was 5. Pretty good. I think it would be pretty straightforward to say that with that diamond, well, I could build... Yeah, you're right. I could make 5 diamond shovels. And well, that would give me probably the most quantity of diamond items. I think the thing to make is the diamond pickaxe, so that I can get the obsidian, so that I can make the nether portal, so that I can start gathering those resources. You know, AutoMod just keeps blocking y'all saying the word hose, so I have to keep affirming to the AutoMod that hose is an okay word. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna pop back up out of here because I've run out of torches. It's quite the labyrinthine structure I've built here. Whoop. Not bump into the wall all the way up. Ghost House. I feel like you're really trying to make me fall into a trap here. Make some diamond hose and a shovel. Or 5 hose. Alright, let's run around at night and hope that no creeper drops in and blows up our glass building. Oh, boot shovel. Oh, this guy's gonna try to trident me, rather. Guy's making sounds at me through the door. Alright, I'm gonna have to make some more chests here soon. Is there any way that if I'm getting tired of all those drowned out there spawning, that without going and placing water around everywhere, I could get them to stop spawning without marring all the environment around me? I'm a little tired of them obnoxiously grunting at my door. Real talk, Gross Toast. I've made the pickaxe lanterns. Okay, I don't know how to construct that, but I'm sure I can find it here in the menus. They can be placed underwater. Nice. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, I've got iron, and yeah, we'll give it a go. If at least for the knowledge of learning how to make a lantern. I've got the 1 pickaxe. Would it be silly to squander the 2 remaining diamonds to make a sword? Because really there's nothing that I'm fighting that I need a sword for right now. Unless the goal is to quickly jump into the nether, go to the fortress, and fight some blazes to get blaze rods if I'm like trying to make it to the nether really fast. Then the one diamond pickaxe, no real need for the sword. I'll hold off on it for now so I'm not just spending the 2 diamonds, because let's say I theoretically fall in some lava. I theoretically lose that pickaxe. Yeah, some armor later along for sure. But with 2, I don't know that there's much in the way of armor worth getting. I thought I'd put these on to make iron. That's wasted time. Cool. So I think the next goal is, now I've got the diamond pickaxe, I need to make a bucket, because if I'm going to gather or make obsidian, if I'm going to make a nether portal, I'm going to want to be able to move some lava and some water source blocks around. Make a nether portal. Get over there. Start looking for a fortress. Maybe do a little bit of trading with some pigmen. Have a jolly good time. Get a bunch of ender pearls. And find that end portal. Though I am a little disappointed that with the plethora and wealth of wolves and pets around the village that I still haven't done anything with that. So I feel like I'm almost playing this like a half-ass speed run. Like, I'm not taking advantage of all the stuff in the world to have fun with it. I'm kind of doing a lot of very directed stuff in resource gathering. So I'll probably sidetrack for a little bit, try to explore some more of the game so that I can get familiar with all the different things that I can do rather than running right for the end goal. We'll save that for the eventual speedrun attempt and see how that goes then. But I'll linger around playing and just explore the world a bit. Alright, well that's going. Let me look at what this formula for lanterns is. And even where the thing is at. I don't know what menu it is. Not that one. Nature? No. Some form of furniture. I think it's day out and that thing's dying outside. Beautiful sound. Lantern, lantern, lantern. Where are we? Not equipment, I bet. Oh, and I also want to end up going around and try to find like a desert palace. That's something that in the videos I've watched, I've realized can be really pivotal to a speedrun. So if you end up near one of those or try to find one, you can get a lot of access to high-level loot pretty early on, which can make things substantially easier to go through the game. Roast toast. Any idea, any advisement? Actually, let me do a search. That's the way to go. Lantern. Iron nuggets and a torch. Brilliant. We'll do it. Iron nuggets and a torch. Next question. How to make iron nuggets. Iron nugget. Cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll probably take 2 of these, 3 of them, make lanterns. Gotta make some torches again. For all the people on stream tolerating me slowly figuring out how to play, I appreciate your patience and kindness. Oh, come on. What am I doing? Ingots. Not nuggets. 1, 2. Pull those back. Take these. There we go. You're rich in coal. Yeah, I just went and depleted a couple of forests and no regrets. Mod spawning is dependent on light level, so yeah, a few lanterns in the water closest to your home should at least make the truck spawn further away. Yeah, not that I got anything against the gurgly boys, but having them at my door is maybe not my goal. Question for y'all. This lo-fi is really cranking on my audio. Is it coming through maybe a little loud on stream for y'all, or is it still pretty good level? And of course I say that and the volume drops on it. It's a tad loud, thank you. I didn't think it was just me, but definitely wanted to check in on that. It's just about as low as it goes on YouTube, so let me just turn the system sound down. Yeah, I think that part was particularly loud. I hadn't noticed it getting that loud throughout the rest of the stream. Jump around my windows a bit here. Alright, back to it. We're gonna go get rid of those girly boys. What kind of food do I like? Is that real life? Are we asking the real life questions here? Because I'll refer to a quote from early in the stream. We're about them potatoes, which I guess is both real life and the game. Yeah, real life? Yeah, potatoes. But I've been pretty bummed out, as have we all. That dude wasn't there before. I just went and put the lantern and he pops up out of nowhere. Been a little bummed out because some of my favorite food to get is sushi and like hibachi. And back when I lived in Virginia, which I'm no longer in, there was a favorite place that I would go. And now I'm in Minnesota. Moved here recently, and with all the restaurants closed down, and reasonably so, I haven't really been able to explore, like go out and enjoy things. So I do a lot of cooking myself. I come from a large family. I've got 4 siblings. So I learned cook in bulk because it's efficient. And when you find that you have no time in the day, just cook whatever you can cook that's gonna last you a week and do that once. So that's kind of my MO there. Official Fizz, how about yourself? What food is suited to your palate? That. It's in here. That one goes out. Okay, so try to find a little bit more. Actually, what I want to do is make some buckets so that if I get down here, I find some lava, I can scoop up a lava. bucket. Let's see. See if I can just, yep, there we go. Cool. Make 2 buckets, one for lava, one for water. Something, something, gather from a source block. Will it fill back in? Nice. Alright. Let's put that right there. Don't accidentally throw the water somewhere on the ground. Definitely leaning towards Mexican food, but I can eat any type of food. Yeah, dude, Mexican food is awesome. I know I just mentioned the sushi place is like one of my go-tos, but there was another place, definitely a staple food, that was Mexican, and it's phenomenal. So for the most part, I try to learn how to cook a lot of things myself, both for cost reduction and being able to make it or like alter it how I want. So in recent years, I've got into making different types of Indian cuisine. So I like making curry. Curry's good. So I have like an assortment of spices, like all the stuff that you would find in any authentic dish, and I used to just buy it in bulk when there was a good local store that I would go to for spices. I don't know what this sound is I'm getting. If anyone knows, let me know. Official Fizz, also to like clue you in on something here. I always offer the discretionary comment that I get a short question or short response, and I will give the most long-winded answer. It's my default nature. But yeah, Mexican food is awesome, is the brief of it. But I've also been looking at things like Indian cuisine. Was that a gun? You mean the sound? Oh yeah, to be able to just ramble and ramble. Hey, you know, for all the people that you know just said like, dude, chill out in your life. It's my time now. I get to talk, and ultimately, or hopefully, if people are on here, it's because they actually want to hear it. That's a nice thing. It's a pleasant change. Alright, we're down to bedrock again. Yeah. Do you feel the same, Fizz? I get to talk and ramble and doesn't matter. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's nice. So, this is something I don't know, and I would be glad to receive a little education here, because it's not something that I'm used to. But, Official Fizz, Lodash, it seems that y'all are kind of in the know as to rating. I mean, the fact that y'all rated this channel. And I'm not one to just, like, receive kindness like this, not fully understand it, and then, like, not appreciate it enough to give it back to other people. But, my question is, you know, if you regularly stream, what's the benefit of, say, for instance, you know, rating, bringing people in here, which I greatly appreciate, as opposed to just like jumping on stream and playing a game? What would be kind of the rationale to doing something like that? This is one of the Twitch dynamics that, in all the stuff that I've watched, I haven't really picked up on how it works. I know that might be a long question that brings up a long-winded response, and if you want to just issue me a Google it, dude, I'd be fine with that. Honestly, a great way to get back. And nice. Cool. Well, I mean, you've clearly done a good job coming in here, and you know, I've been glad to have it. So, like I said, I'll have to return the kindness, check your stuff out, and yeah, that's something that I've noticed. There was a guy in here earlier. I don't know if he's still in the chat. I haven't been. There's a history of streams saying, "Hey, stream is over." Yeah, that's really cool. And I guess it's like if your viewers, if you have to go, but you know that your viewers still want content, being able to suggest something to them that like has your approval is something that's nice. They can rely on your opinion, which hopefully they trust if they're viewing your stream. But there was a guy on here earlier. His username is Young Surge, but that's Surge with a 3 at the end. And he's a really good Super Smash Brothers melee player. He mains Pikachu, and he's a good friend of mine from undergrad. The story is actually that back when he was in undergrad, I met him because I was his RA. So I was a year ahead of him and like supervised the dorm he was in. But we became good friends. And really good melee player. And he and I both just started streams this week. So he started setting his up on Monday, and we've been going back and forth advising one another on like what seems to look good on OBS and like how to set up Discord. Yeah, RA squad. Did you live that life too, Low Dash? You were an RA. So let me go one step beyond here. I did a 3-year undergrad. Liz was an RA? Well, that's a fun fact. I didn't know. You know, being honest here, it's lots of people in the Discord were RAs. That's cool. You know, we somehow find one another. But so I kind of went down several tangents there. I'll try to address each of them. I did not know Liz was an RA because she has been really awesome in inviting me into that Discord and like having me join up with y'all. But like the odd reality is that like Liz and I, all things considered, haven't interacted too much because we're in the same program. But like with COVID having happened, Res Life adjacent, like we're not spending time in the same department building or anything. So it's really cool that she invited me in to play Among Us with y'all that time, and then y'all have been so welcoming in the Discord. It's given me something to do in a lot of the downtime that I've had, so I've really appreciated it. On the other tangent that I was going down, I did a 3-year undergrad, and the way that this worked out was my first year was crazy. Not in like a, oh, college experience crazy kind of deal. It was like a oddly tumultuous year. I ended up getting really sick and hospitalized. And the doctor said like, hey dude, like, we're glad that you made it into the emergency room. You were probably like a couple hours from dying. And they ended up like performing an emergency surgery on me to like unblock off my throat so I could breathe, and I had lost like 20 pounds. This was all because of like some stupid ass like throat infection that I had got. That I kept going to doctors and they didn't do anything about because they're like, oh, you know, it's not strep and it's not mono. I know this is going down a long-winded story. Like I said, I've got a nature form. But I ended up in the hospital because so many doctors didn't address it. Yeah, it was painful. It was like the only reason I lost the weight, and that's something I always feel that I have to address when it comes up, because when you start saying things like, I lost a drastic amount of weight, that can imply a number of things, so I like to clarify it. I lost the weight because my throat was so painful that I literally couldn't eat for a couple weeks. So I was trying to like just drink water, like eat yogurt or things that I could kind of manage. And yeah. No, storytelling's good. But even that was so painful that I ended up losing 20 pounds. So to give y'all some perspective, I'm 5'10". And right now at 5'10", I weigh somewhere about 180. Creeper. Why? I just want to go into my house. At the time, I was still 5'10", but like when I entered college, I was a scrawny dude. And I've definitely got some meat on my bones since then. But I was 150 going into college at 5'10". So when I say I lost 20 pounds, I was 130 at 5'10". And I think y'all can imagine how gaunt that is. It was by no control of my own. It was not anything intentionally done. I lost the weight because I literally couldn't eat because it was so painful. And the doctors wouldn't do anything about it to help me resolve the sickness. They just said, hey, look, if you can't eat, and like this will go into an America issue, which I think we can, all acknowledge is that there's an opioid crisis. Because at the time when I went to doctors, they just tried offering me narcotics. They're like, well, if you can't eat because your throat hurts, we'll give you narcotics so that your throat doesn't hurt so you can eat. I was like, y'all are some dumbasses. Like, clearly there's an underlying issue in here. Like, I'm no MD, but like I am a health professional. And at that time I didn't have a doctorate. I do now. So if I go into a doctor and I say like, look, I am a clinical doctor, not an MD. I'm a specialist, so I do, like I said, hearing research. I'm an audiologist by trade and a researcher now working on a PhD. But I'm not unknowledgeable about health sciences or these things besides. So to go into a doctor and them to just dismiss these things and say like, oh, we'll put a band-aid on this, we'll give you a narcotic so you can eat. It's like that doesn't fix the problem that like I have some serious infection going on in my throat. So essentially it ended up forming like some issues with my throat that they had to go in and like cut my throat apart to be able to reopen it so that I could breathe and so that it didn't continue to like close off my throat even more. The other funny thing about this story, and I'm just going to go down a bunch of tangents here. My first car was a hearse. For those who don't know what that is, because I find when I tell people, it's not a commonly known fact. It's like 50-50. Some people know what a hearse is, some people don't. So my first car was a hearse, and a hearse is what people would call a funeral vehicle. It's a thing that you would use to move a body from, say, a morgue or otherwise to a cemetery. So my first car was a 1989 Cadillac hearse, which I got at the age of, I want to say it was like 16 when I was looking at getting a license. And the reason I got that was because it was available on Craigslist, and it was cheaply priced. And really, I was looking for something that was like station wagon adjacent, that had like some space you could put stuff in. And the rationale to that is I'm a musician, and at the time I was pretty actively playing in a band. And I had the need to like transport musical instruments and amplifiers and like be able to move stuff. I'm not a superstitious person. There was a cheap hearse in great condition, and they're well priced because so many people are superstitious that they'll overlook them and not purchase them. So it was kind of to my benefit that people are superstitious because I got a great deal on a great car in great condition. But where this was looping back around to is that time that I had started off as a freshman and like nearly died, I drove myself to the hospital. And like not only did I drive myself to the hospital, but can you imagine what vehicle I drove myself to the hospital in? If you were following, you probably guessed it. It was a hearse. So I drove myself to the hospital on death's door per quote of the physician that ended up finally getting their head out of their ass and acknowledging my condition to do some CTs and see exactly what the issue going on was. And they said, like, had it been a couple more hours, like, I would have gone into bacterial sepsis, which if anyone knows is like when a bacterial infection gets into your bloodstream and spreads throughout your body and it becomes infinitely more difficult to deal with. So they said I was like right on the border of that being the issue. So where this loops around is my first year of undergrad. I was going through that, and I was going through like a really difficult relationship, which I'm not even going to get into. It's not worth my time nowadays to even talk about. But all that considered, my first year of undergrad was so weird in so many ways. And so I kind of took that experience and said like, oh, I'm going to be an RA next year, because if I made it through year one of undergrad and like still managed to be successful in what I did, that I could use that experience and like bring it to people who were coming in fresh to college and try to help them with the struggles that they were going through. It ended up actually working out really well. I formed some awesome relationships with the people, the people that were on my hall. So it was a co-ed dorm. So I was responsible for overseeing both male and female residents. And there were a bunch of other RAs in there. It was the honors dorm, which some people say like, well, honors kids are easier to manage than your general college student, and it's not entirely true. So many honors kids have like lived under the thumb or wing of their parents for so long that they go off to college and they just go absolutely fucking haywire, like trying to rebel against the constraints of the childhood upbringing that they've had. So they it's something. But fortunately, I had a hall of really good people. So I've become friends with a lot of them since. So that guy I mentioned earlier, Young Surge, he was one of my residents. And I was on track to, after that year, become an RA in the same hall again and actually move over to the upperclassmen side. So I would have continued supervising a lot of the same students the next year, which I was really looking forward to. But during summer break between my second year and my third year, my last year of undergrad, I got a call one day saying that there was a hall director position which had unexpectedly become vacant. They didn't end up finding anyone to fill the position. I had never even entertained it. I was like, I had 1 year as an RA, like, that's beyond me. I'm trying to get through my undergrad and like focus on academics and stuff. But someone actually gave me a recommendation on having been an RA, that they were like, you need to contact this guy, Harley, and see if he would be willing to apply for this hall director position. So I go from year one, all that stuff going on, year two being an RA, and then year three, I ended up applying for and getting that hall director position. So I was in charge of a staff of 15 followers, low-key pog. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, for one day and first stream, this is awesome. I didn't expect it, and I'm genuinely having a great time and happy with all the support. But as a hall director, I was responsible for a hall of about 310 students, and I oversaw a staff of 6 RAs. And to be frank, there's some horror stories from that year as well. But for the nature of not slandering people, I'll stay away from that. Suffice to say, it was a difficult year. But clearly I got through it. Okay, I know I've been meandering around and like opening chests and walking in circles. The thing on my mind is I need to make a chest so I can start putting some of this stuff away. Actually, that's not what I'm gonna do. I have too much junk. I'm gonna start clearing out cobblestone. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, we're gonna throw it in the pit of despair here. Q. That's not the one. There's a control for clearing out an entire stack of stuff at once. Anyone want to pop in the chat and say what key clears an entire stack of stuff at once? I think I could do that, but I know that there's a keyboard shortcut for it. If I wanted to take a stack of like 64 in an inventory and shift click. So would that be shift Q? Actually, the way I've got it set up, it's control Q, but thank you very much. Yeah, so it's control Q is what it is. But that worked for me. I know that I did adjust some of my my layout though, so that might not be for everyone. Oh, thank you, Fizz. Control Q. Yeah, I'm not too proud to ask for some gaming tips. I'd be more glad to ask and figure it out quickly than stumble around and waste a bunch of time. Cool stuff. Yeah, the trash can. Gross Toast, did you hear my explanation of the trash can and why I'm doing that instead of, like, say, a lava pit? I'd seen some video when I was preparing for this that I was just trying to do, like, what are ways to be more efficient in playing Minecraft? And so, like, all these quick keys that I'm talking about, like, I had actually read at some point and I forgot them just as fast as I as I studied them because I hadn't rehearsed them or, like, implemented them. But the reason why I do this rather than lava is because the thing that I watched was like, you know, the issue with lava is if you accidentally throw in something that you didn't want to throw into the lava, you can't get it back out. Cool, cool. Good to know, Fizz. But with this, it's just like you throw stuff in there and then like it's gonna despawn. And when you close it, like you're not gonna walk over it and accidentally collect it. So you just throw it in there, wait for it to despawn. And if you accidentally throw in something that you didn't want to throw in, unlike lava, you can just hop in there and grab it out. Not bad. Cool, and I'll throw some of this stuff in. I don't want to get rid of all that. Inventory management. It's our favorite part of the game, right? The reason everyone gets into Minecraft is inventory management. I probably don't need to be carrying around all that hay. Oh, thank you. If you didn't hear me explain it earlier, I'd be happy to explain it. Are you talking about the inventory management is like about Resident Evil 4. The bar on the bottom of the screen, the one that says 16 out of 50, the 32%, is that what we're talking about, Fizz? Yeah. So, as far as it being a poll, my goal is, like I said, I want to get on here, kind of de-rust, familiarize myself with playing on PC, controls, everything like that. But then, like, I don't want to just do solo survival. I kind of want to, like, expand it and do some other things that, you know, I enjoy watching. And so some thoughts are, like, I'd like to do something like a skyblock or an any percent glitchless speed run. And I think that's something I'd enjoy to do. But when I say poll, that's me acknowledging that, like, hey, if I've got 50 followers, people on here, like, since I'd be happy to do any of those, I'd probably jump on a stream and take a poll of, like, what people would want me to do first. Like, I would poll the audience to say, like, here are some thoughts, some ideas on things that I'd like to do next as content. When I reach that goal, I'm going to ask people, like, what would you like to see? And then that'll help me to decide what I'm going to do next for the sake of the stream. And if there's any ideas that chat has or any viewers have as to kinds of content that they'd like to see, that etc. on there is an open window for suggestions. All right, so one of my issues when I was down in the mine is that I was again getting low on torches. So let me throw some torches together here. Yeah, shift click. It's the control that just keeps on giving. Shift click everything. Stream Baldur's Gate 3. Hey Sean, you know if I had a computer that could run that, I'd be on it in a second, dude. And if you had a computer that could run it, you'd be on in a second. But you and I both know the computer that you have. So yeah, if streams continually pop off like the one tonight, and we get to a point where there's any sense of anything like an income from this, like, hey, maybe I'll do a PC build, maybe I'll play something like. Oh, all right. So my specs here. It's not a build. I'm literally running this on a laptop, and I've got it dual screened over to a monitor that I have. It's a Asus laptop. Don't diss my boy Dell. Your boy Dell doesn't even run anything. I'll diss Dell. Let me pull up stuff because I'll give you the RAM and gigahertz and all those things. All them tasty stats. When I stop clicking the wrong buttons for what I want to find. System properties. Yeah, so it's a Intel Core i7 7500U CPU. It's 2.7 gigahertz. It says 2.9 gigahertz, 12 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, Windows 10 Pro. As far as like devoted video card memory on this, I want to say there's like 2 gigs of video RAM on this or something, VRAM. That's off the top of my head. I bought this some years ago, so I haven't looked at the specs in it in a while. I've just made use of it as necessary for school and work. Fortunately, with the kind of stuff that I do, usually the labs that I work in, if there's any like tasking kind of software that I have to use, there's usually like some department funded high level computer that they can use to render like excessively difficult stuff. Yeah. Old Faithful. And it streams. Yeah, I don't know if I have to owe that to the settings that I've got on this. Yeah, it's working. I'm a little surprised myself. And from what I've seen, I looked earlier, it was dropping like, let me see if it's changed, but it was only dropping like 1.4% of frames. I mean, I'm only running at 30 FPS right now. If I were trying to, yeah, it streams Minecraft. It's not a high bar, but that's all I'm doing right now. It says it's using like no higher than 20% of the CPU though right now. So like the fact that I'm not eating up more than 20% of the CPU with what I'm doing means, I can maybe push something like 60 FPS on this, but I'm just running 30 right now. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if I bump that, we'd start running into some issues, but if it's been good, I'm not going to mess with a good thing here. Take it for what it is. Final Fantasy 7. Do I need to like get an emulator for that? Sean's saying earlier this year during quarantine, he and I were both playing through the Final Fantasy 7 remake, which was my first foray into playing Final Fantasy games. Like I admired it from afar, but I didn't grow up playing Final Fantasy, so I played Final Fantasy 7 remake, and I loved it. It was really good. Personal opinion. I know that not everyone agrees on that. But after that, I went and I got the original, and I was playing through. And to be frank, because I'm not embarrassed. I'm a grown ass man with a limited time outside of professional endeavors. So I was playing it and just absolutely cheesing it, using God mode or whatever the settings are called, and playing it faster because I play games mostly for story. Apparently, I jumped on that block. So I wasn't trying to make it difficult. I kind of just wanted to enjoy the stuff that was in the world and the music and the character interactions. Wasn't playing it so much for a challenge. But I ended up getting sidetracked with like moving to Minnesota and starting up a PhD program and all the other things that have arisen. So I started playing Final Fantasy VII, and I made it, at least to my knowledge, some good portion of the way in, and I've kind of dropped it since. So it's something I'd like to get back around to. But Payshawn is dropping the suggestion that I should get around to a task that I didn't entirely fulfill. First I bail on him, and our intent to play some of our regularly happening Divinity Original Sin 2 gameplay, which he and I play on PlayStation together. But then he has to go and, throw me in on not even finishing Final Fantasy VII too. That wasn't the right button. I thought I was supposed to take a hoe to it. Alright, we're gonna do some quick learning. What did I do there? We put the block. Yeah. Did it actually get... Nope. But all things considered, let me look at the time. Things are going well, so I hate to put a time limit on this, but I'll say I'm gonna go about another 15 minutes. I'll go until 1:15, and I think I'm gonna call the stream for the evening. Get around to some of that stuff I was talking about needing to take care of. Yeah, right click, not left click. That won't destroy the dirt block. But it's been a real pleasure being able to chill with y'all, having people join in and chat, enjoy the music, teach me how to actually play this game. What all the keys are and beside. That lanterns are a good thing to make. This guy's not didn't spawn in, but it might just, yeah, it's gotta be that I don't have enough lanterns in here to actually clear the area. See if I've got some iron left over to do that. I'm a little tired of the gurgly boys chilling outside. That's not gonna be enough. So 1, 2, make some more than that because probably want to put 4 out there. Cool. Wonder if I can place these in the edge without jumping in the water. These guys don't aggro me. I think I'm still gonna end up missing some spawn spots in here. One more. That over by the house. Yeah, definitely still some potential spawn spots in there, I think. Drown guys definitely do some weird movement. Is the chat dead? Well, Fizz just popped in and said things are looking good. But yeah, I think, you know, it's getting late. People are probably a little less active in the chat here. That's okay though. Like I said, I'm on here about 8 minutes more, so that's alright. I appreciate that people have stuck around as long as they have. We got an Enderman zooming around. In the house? Goodness. I don't know if y'all saw me jump, but that frightened me there for a second. Alright. Goodness. Enderman, you gotta chill out, man. Oh, he's just chilling outside the door is what it is. You're lurking. Hey, all good. Nice. What's the topic of the next one? What's the next power hour? Masses yearn to know. You getting any good in the multiplayer there, Sean? Alright, I have a sword chilling on me for some reason. What I want is, yeah, there's no pickaxes there. I need to make some pickaxes. I've been trying all the characters, yep, this week. No words. Next will either be free for all, hyper specific theme that only I like. Railroads. Sorry, not railroads. Trains. Christ. Roast Toast, what octave did you say that in? I have, in good faith that, the octave at which you produce the word Christ is, is that of an approximately 5-year-old child. And in good faith, I mean that's what you said. Nice. I was actually looking for a different clip, and that's just the one that I found on YouTube, and I was like, hey, he's saying the words, I'll roll with it. But there's yeah, that's a mighty nice plus sign there in the chat. Nice and fancy. Yeah, there's some podcasts that I watch that they continuously use some clip in which the dude approximates, and I'll make an impression of it with something like Jesus Christ, and I was trying to find that clip. No luck. So instead, I went with the kid. Yeah, it's nighttime. I don't know why I'm up here. Let's hop in that bed. I haven't got any more round spawning in here, so maybe it's mission accomplished on that. Cool beans. Well, with 3 minutes left, I think I'm gonna wrap that up there. Go ahead and save here. Get off of this, but cool. But yeah, before I call it here and shut this stream down for the night, I just want to say thank you again for everyone that joined in. I really appreciate the raid. That's awesome. So, like I said, I'm gonna be checking out your channel there, see about throwing some people back over. Yeah, Low Dash for sure. I mean, it's fun for me, so I appreciate y'all joining in and taking part in it. TAWF, happy for the support. Appreciate you dropping in, man. Thanks, Fizz. Like I said, I'll be checking you out, and I gotta hop on the Discord and approve any of those friend requests or anything that got sent along. Gonna have a little bit of work to do after the stream tonight, but it has been solid. I appreciate y'all tuning in, and everyone take it easy. Who we raiding? Okay, so am I able to do that? Push it back to someone? So I'm using Streamlabs OBS. Is there anyone familiar with that? Because I'd be happy to throw it over to someone. Is it just when I hit in stream it's on Twitch? Let me pull up Twitch. Y'all bear with me here for a moment. We'll get it figured out. Cool. So because I'm new here, I don't know what channels to throw it to. Low Dash, I don't think you were planning to do anything this evening. Fizz, I don't know if you'd want people thrown over to yours, but I'd be happy to take some suggestions. I don't have any streamers. Yeah. I don't have any streamers I follow here that PewDiePie. Anyone got thoughts? I'd be happy to source people along. Should I hop in and explore some of the Minecraft people and then throw y'all over there? You're grabbing some names? Cool. Yeah, thanks, Fizz. I'm gonna search through this right now, try to get that figured out. Cool. Yeah, I'll jump down here in the view count, get someone approximately where I am. Cool. So I can't say that I endorse this person just yet, but I hope y'all try them out. Report back to me what you think, and if they're any good, we'll maybe try this again. All right, so it's gonna be slash raid, then space channel name. Sweet.
Tell him,
I
tell
would
him, lead him on, lead him
spy
on.
on
Tell
me.
him, like I have some rare item that doesn't exist. Like make
Me and
something
my
up, but be smart.
good
Let's call it
items
like
that
a
I have
legendary
received.
item. Yo, low dash. Hands up. This is a raid. Yo, Harley, the red. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream today, Harley? Welcome, welcome to the stream. I'm back. So, I have this really, really rare legendary item.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't exist,
Doesn't exist.
but it does exist because I have it.
I see.
And I want to do a trade. You know,
You wanted
I'm a businessman.
You're a businessman.
I'm a businessman. So, I was thinking, let's do a little proposition. I need all of your copper right now,
all of my copper.
and
all
I
of
will
it.
give you this rare item.
What? I need to do my due diligence, my friend. You're gonna have to tell me what this extra
Well,
special rare item
well,
is.
my first stream ever, and things were popping off. Pog, dude. Pog, I'm glad you had a good first stream. You have started the grind.
I need some food.
Oh, you're not at base? Eh?
No, hold on.
Eh? Not at base, you say? Are you a keyboard? Because you're just my type. That's a great
objectively.
line. So if I were to, let's say, go to your base and, just take a little gander.